katoa.
Kia ora, welcome, no my, hide and my, welcome to the 32nd Otago Polyfest. How are we feeling this morning, e te whānau?
Oh, ka pai, that's a little bit more lively than I was feeling this morning.
Ka pai, no my, welcome, and thank you for showing up to support our Māori and Pacifica language and culture. Tēnā koutou, welcome. Hope you have a good morning with us here today. Ka pai, ka huri tātou. Before we begin, we just have a few health and safety matters.
Ka pai, so, morena koutou katoa, nei atu mehi kia koutou, tautoko ana ia maia I tēnei ata. So just, if you've been to Polyfest over the years, you will know that usually after a performance on stage, you can go backstage and see the kids and help get them dressed, etc, etc. We have 11,000 tamariki this year that we are trying to manage along with staff and whānau. So there's been a few changes to security, as you might imagine. So you can no longer get backstage to the tamariki. If you have pre-arranged to pick them up after their performance, you can go through the doors to the left, down to the village and in the whatu. The whatu is the heart of the village. And even if you're not picking up your tamariki, go to the village. It's amazing. All sorts of stalls, some really yummy kai. So you can pick them up through there if you've pre-arranged. If you're not picking up your tamariki, they will leave from the dressing area and go back on their buses. If you're going back on the bus, you need to leave out these doors, all the way around there, back to the performance area where entry where the buses will be. Ka pai, if we have any emergencies, we are walking out these doors, going to the back of the car park or across the road to Teviot Street. If you're in the village, the emergency exits are will take you to Midland Street. I think that's all I've got for now.
Ka pai, tēnā koe. Like I said before, we are here to celebrate Māori and Pacifica language and culture, so let's learn some greetings. Ka pai, repeating after me. Kia ora!
Ka pai. You're on form today, thank you. Let's go with talofa lava. Ka pai, that's all the way from Samoa.
Ka pai, maloni!
Ka pai. Kia ora nā.
Ka pai, that one's straight from the Cook Islands. What about this one? Quite similar. Kia ora nā.
Who knows where that's from? From where? Tahiti, put your hand up, please. Ka pai whai, we'll get a prize out to you. Tēnā koe. Malo alele. Awesome, beautiful, beautiful.
Ka pai, what about this one? Aloha!
We all know where that's from, yeah? Where's that from? Hawaii, ka pai, we don't have that many prizes, but tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. No reira, nei rā atu mehi kia koutou, ko wai tēnei e tū ana ko Māsia taku ingoa, ko au te tahi o ngā MCs i te rangi nei, no muri whenua, no te taitokerau tēnei, heo i te puaki au i konei i o te poti. My name's Marcia and I'm one of the MCs, well myself and Maya. Today, I hail from the far north, from Ngāpuhi, Ngaitakoto, Te Rarawa, but was born and raised here in Dunedin. I've been doing Polyfest for a really long time, so if anybody out there feels like they need to, bring some fresh voices and fresh energy up onto the MC stage, being here for 25 years, it's quite a long time. Love it, we love what we do, we love seeing all the tamariki. 11,000 is probably one of our biggest, and as you may know, Polyfest started as a half a day 32 years ago back at D&I, and has graduated over the years to being now a full week, day and night sessions every day, right up until tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So mihi nui to all of you who it may be your first time. Hands up if it's your first time here at Polyfest. Awesome. Ka pai. Welcome to Dunedin's biggest festival. Tēnā koutou.
Ka wai, tēnā koutou, ko mai ara ki te Great Talk Ringwa, heri tēnei no Ngāpuhi, no Ngāti Kahungunu, no Ngāti Porou, a klau te tahi o ngā kaipāpāho mo te rangi nei. Kia ora, my name is Maya, I hail from Ngāpuhi, from Ngāti Kahungunu, from Ngāti Porou, and I'll be one of your MCs today. However, it sounds like our group are ready back there. Nō reira, who's here to support Little Wonders? Ka wai e te whānau. When they come out, make sure you are up off your seat and waving. Make sure your child can see you, because it can be quite intimidating standing up here in front of all these new faces. So make sure they can find someone familiar in the crowd. Ka wai? If your child is a bit anxious, is a bit upset maybe, feel free to use the stairs on your right. Come up here and join them. If they can be brave and stand up in front of all these people, so can you. Ka wai, tēnā koutou. Nō reira, without further ado, Little Wonders from St. Clair are excited, are eager, are keen to share what they have with you guys today. Some of their senior students have even been working very hard to perform one of their waiata in Te Reo Rotarota, New Zealand Sign Language. How exciting is that? Nō reira, e te iwi, paki mai, and get up off of your seat for Little Wonders, St. Kilda!
Stand up, whānau, let them see where you are.
I
Buggy buggy ano mai te iwi little wonders. Kapai, give them away, give them away. How awesome, what a way to start our day. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou. How awesome, how cute were they, whānau? Give it up again. Ka pai. If you are leaving to the car park, please exit using the door to your left. If you have pre-arranged to go back on the bus, please also use the exit to your left. If you have pre-arranged with the kura to pick up your tamaiti, your child, please use the door to your right. Go through to the village and meet them in Te Whatu, the heart of the village. Tēnā koutou.
That was awesome. I was thinking, if only it was that easy to get tamariki to go to sleep. That would be cool. Also, whānau, if you see the little ones up here doing some actions, whether it's paki or re, or moi, please feel free to follow along with them. Lots of smiles, lots of noise, Let them see where you are.
Kapai, looks like our next adopter is ready. So same thing, parents, grandparents, if you see your tamaiti, get up off your seat, give them away, make sure they can see you, and feel free to join them on the stairs to the right. Tēnā koutou. Nō reira, without further ado, they are excited, they are eager to share with you today. Nō reira, paki mai, e te iwi, Tiny Nation!
Picky, picky, picky. Ano na maki-maki. Ano na hi-hi. Baki, baki, get it, baki, 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 get it, baki, 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 baki. Ano na kikino. Ano na hipuririho.
Pagi-pagi ano mai te iwi. How cute! Give them a wave, give them a wave.
So if they've been at home practicing their words, now you know what they were singing about, now you know what they were doing, and just want to say congratulations to the team here, the Tiny Nations. Those tamariki knew what they were singing about, they knew all their actions, they were engaged. I'm sure it hasn't hurt their literacy or numeracy whatsoever. Tēnā koutou. Welcome to those of you who are coming into Polyfest. Perhaps it's your first time here. This is day 4. This is day 4 of the 32nd year of Otago Polyfest here in Otago, the biggest and even festival of every year, celebrating Pacifica and Māori languages, culture and identities. And we have had an awesome display up here. And we've only had 2 groups this morning.
Kia ora. And we have over 11,000 performers hitting the stage this year at Otago Polyfest. How awesome! How much has it grown? It started with just one half day, and now we're at a whole week celebrating our Māori and Pacifica language and culture. No mai, welcome to everybody joining us. Find a seat, heaps here at the front, and to everybody leaving, haere safe travels.
Don't forget whānau, if you are picking up your tamariki after because you've pre-arranged it, out to the village. If you're leaving to go home, that's your exit right over there. Are there whānau here for many thinkers? Ka pai. When we give you the cue, you'll be louder and longer and upstanding, ka pai? So we want to make sure that your tamariki can see where you are. It's a bit nerve-wracking being out here. And here they are, many thinkers, 4 hub. We want to do a shout out to Loopy Tunes. Loopy Tunes are a professional development business who have been able to put into song and record a whole lot of the songs that you're going to hear this morning. And you are most welcome to bring your tamariki all the way up, if you like.
Come by. If you see your tamaiti, please stand up so they can also see you. Give them a wave.
They've been working hard on their items. They have 4 or 5 items for us today. Uenuku inspired by Lupi tunes. Many patia, which they will share with you very soon. Porofita, as they've been learning about shapes in different languages. And pepeha. Pepeha is always a favourite. E te iwi, haruru mai te whare. Put your hands together. Many thank you.
Let's learn some shapes. E te reo Māori. You can sing along with the echo. Well done. Let's try it again.
Tapawhai te
on your own. Ready? Well done. All right, let's finish it all together.
Many thank yous. I wish we could live stream that straight into Parliament. That was absolutely stunning. You're amazing. May I say bye, everybody? Again, they knew all their words. They knew all their actions. They loved it. Did you love doing that? Your name? Her name's Millie. That's Millie, everybody. Thank you. Amazing. Who can tell me what the Māori word for uenuku is? Koa, who said that? Haramai, come and get a pōtai. Tēnā koe. Beautiful. The potential of all of these bilingual speakers up here is just stunning for our celebration of Māori and Pacifica languages, identities, cultures. That's why we're here, Otago Polyfest.
Kia ora, and no mai, welcome to everybody joining us. Tēnā koutou, find a seat, heaps up here at the front. And kia koutou, we're here now to you guys leaving. Hi there, safe travels. Tēnā koutou. Ka pai, it looks like our next rōpū are getting ready to take the stage. Whānau mā, if you see your tamaiti, stand up and give them a wave, make sure they can see you too. Ka pai, and if they get a bit intimidated or upset, feel free to use the staircase on your right and join them. Ka pai, if they can be brave, so can you. Ka pai, nō reira. Who's here to support St. Clair Corner Early Learning Centre? Ka pai, let's get up off our seats, make sure they can see you, give them a wave, e te whānau, nō reira, paki mai, St. Clair Corner Early Learning Centre! Pagi-pagi anō mai e te iwi, St. Clair Corner Early Learning Centre. How cute were they? Mihi atu, give them a wave, give them a wave back e te whānau. Ka pai, and how cute were they? Singing in not one, not two, but 3 languages. Tēnā koutou.
3 languages, I know. Well, you know, as we know, hey, in other parts of the world, you're speaking 5 languages before you even start school. So, big, huge celebration and acknowledgement to the tutors, to all the kaiako that put all of this work together. That was beautiful. Kia ora whānau, if you've just arrived, find a seat because we are moving quickly. Our next little ones are eager, out the back. Is anybody here from Rotary Park Kindergarten? Kapai. All right, they are ready to come out. So whānau, find a seat or quickly find a door. Kapai, if you're just brand new into Polyfest today, welcome, no mai hara mai. Just a few quick things before we introduce the group. Afterwards, if you are leaving, this is your exit over here to the main doors out to Tevere Street. If you are going to the village to find some amazing stalls and food out there, please exit on that door over there. Oh my gosh, here they come. Rotary Park have actually had a bit of a break from Polyfest for a while, and they are happy and eager to be back with us sharing their waiata. They are enthusiastic from the kindergarten up the hill, and if you know their waiata, they'd like you to sing along. E te whānau, paki paki up!
pico, 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 toro, pico. Toro, 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 pico, toro. Omarapati, omarapati, oma, oma, oma. Omarapati, omarapati, oma, oma, oma. Pico, 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 pico.
Rotary Kindergarten! Woo! Kapai. Beautiful. Another display of absolute awesomeness from our tamariki. Tēnā koutou. Thank you. Ka kite. Bye, everybody. Ka kite. What I really love about these mornings with all our ECE centres is how much they love singing in whatever language, actually, in whatever language. And understanding, I know that they do, particularly in early childcare centres, that oracy comes before literacy. You have to be able to speak and say the words that you want to be reading about in your puka puka, or whatever you're writing about. So beautiful to see them up here on stage.
Ka pai, and welcome to everybody joining us. Quickly find a seat, and to everybody leaving, haere safe travels. Hope to see you back here. Hey oi, our next group is getting ready to take the stage. Whānau mā, if you see your child, stand up so they can see you too. Give them a wave, give them a wave. Best Start Montessori, te timatanga pai kei te mara, reflects their beliefs that strong roots create confident, competent and connected learners. They are inspired by the natural world, by their tipuna and a love for learning. Nō reira, celebrating the spirit of whanaungatanga, te timatanga pai kei te mara, paki paki mai, Best Start Montessori! Standing up, whānau, stand up so they can see you. Give them a wave, give them a wave.
Ke taro
pakahili puku hope wai wai. Mahunga pakahili puku hope wai wai. Mahunga pakahili puku hope wai wai. This is my tinana. Mahunga pakahili puku hope wai wai. Mahunga pakahili puku hope wai wai. Mahunga pakahili puku hope wai wai. This is my tinana. Okay, hope.
Hello, Mama. Look at all the plants. You know, this is oh, you
Paki anō mai e te iwi Pista Montessori. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Give your family a wave, give your whānau a wave. Kia ora whānau. Ka pai. Tēnā koutou. Nau mai, welcome to everybody joining us. Tēnā koutou.
Just want to do a shout out as well to those of you on the live stream. Ngā mihi atu kia koutou. We're nearly at 200, I think, on the live stream. Let us know where you're streaming in from so we can do a shout out to you while we're up here. And your whānau can also know that you're up there watching. Welcome to those that have arrived to see the next room. People here for East Highland Preschool.
Hello.
They are on the ramp, ready to come on.
Ka pai, parents, grandparents, whānau, when you see your tamaiti, please stand up and give them a wave. Ka pai, it can be quite intimidating walking on here and seeing all these new faces, so make sure they can find someone familiar in the crowd.
Don't forget, if you're leaving out this door here. If you're going to the village, feel free to go in there and have a look at all the stalls. And the food is amazing. Okay, this preschool comes to us from just over the hill on the Taieri Plains. They've been practicing, they are excited to be part of this year's Polyfest. Whānau, if you can see your little tamariki, let them know you're here. We do have people on the sides in case there's some runners. There could also be jumpers. So please, those of you in the front row, kia rite, get ready. E te iwi, give them a round of applause for East Tardy Preschool. Let them know where you are, whānau. Feel free to stand up, feel free to stand up. It's a whānau show, ka pai.
Standing up, make sure they can see you.
One more time, round of applause, East Tardy Preschool.
We're going to do head, shoulders and Māori. Let's start off nice and slow. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Pari no patu iwa e. Well done, let's try it again. Ready? Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Tari no patu iwa e. Well done. All right, we're going to speed it up a little bit. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Tari no patu iwa e. All right, let's get even faster. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Tari no patu iwa e. All right, this is our last time, and we're going to go solid speed. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Poko paka hiwi puku hoku wai wai. Tari no patu iwa e. Well done.
Toringa ki roto, toringa ki wapo, toringa ki roto, kanuiruia. Ke te hope hopea, ke te huri huria, ke te paki paki ui. Toupoko ki roto, toupoko ki wapo, toupoko ki roto, kanuiruia. Ke te hope hopea, ke te huri huria, ke te paki paki ui. Wai wai ki roto, wai wai ki waho, to wai wai ki roto, ka hui hui a. Kei te hope hope a, kei te huri huri a, kei te paki paki au e. Tō puku ki roto, tō puku ki waho, tō puku ki roto, ka hui hui a. Kei te hope hope a, kei te huri huri a, kei te paki paki au e. Tō kumu ki roto, tō kumu ki waho, tō kumu ki roto, ka hui hui a. Kei te hope hope a, kei te huri huri a, kei te paki paki au e. Tō tinana ki roto, tō tinana ki waho, tō tinana ki roto, ka hui hui a. Kei te hope hope a, kei te huri huri a, kei te paki paki au e.
East Tidy Preschool, give them a wave, whānau. Beautiful. Mihi atu te kākite. I'm going back on the bus. Ka pai. Bye, Mama.
Bye, Mom.
Kapai, it's a whānau. Quite often, we're up here encouraging you to stand up and meet your tamariki, see where you are, in case they're a bit anxious. But then sometimes they see you and they end up crying. So if that happens, come up on stage, just join them. Try not to take them off if you can help it, and then join back up with the group as they leave the stage. Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. And who's here to support Portobello Kindergarten? Kapai, if that's you, stand up off your feet so they can see you. Tēnā koutou. This small kindergarten on the peninsula surrounded by birdsong overlooking the Otago Harbour. The tamariki love to observe these manu, these birds and their environment, and that has inspired their two today. Nō reira, e te iwi, paki paki mai, whare haumia Portobello Kindergarten! Buggy anō mai e Kiwi, Pari Haumia, Portobello Kindergarten. Come on, stand up, give your child away. Give your partner away. Come on, weren't they awesome? Big shout out to some of their senior students helping out, tēnā koutou, and a big shout out to all the students. Let's give them a round of applause, e te whānau.
Big shout out as well to Jill from Brisbane, was here, is streaming in to support the East Tairi preschool group, and I'm sure the many more that are coming throughout the day. Nō reira, mihi atu, kia koutou, ki runga i taua irirangi a tēnā koutou. Ka pai, it looks like we are ready to go. Anybody here for the Wakari Hospital? I knew it, the noisy lot in the front. This is Ngā Manu Tioriori or Whakaari. Whakaari is actually the correct name for the mountain range at the back of Halfway Bush, Wakari and Brockville. And this is them, Ngā Manu Tioriori, the beautiful singers of Whakaari, the songbirds of Whakaari. A mixed range of performers with a passion for Māori and Pasifika, Waiata and Kanikani. They love to perform. If you know the words, because they've been practicing at home, sing along. E te iwi, ho mai ana te pake pake! Wākiri Hospital, ngā manuti ori ori o whakaari e mihi ana. Well done to all of the tutors, to all of the whānau. You must know all the words, great singing e te iwi. Just before we quickly move on, we've just come into some merch. Ka pai, so if you want a souvenir of your tamaiti on stage here today, you can purchase these brand new t-shirts for $30 child size, $40 adult size at the front entrance where you came in the door. Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā Gwen, tēnā no mai, welcome to everybody joining us. Find a seat, because it looks like our next rōpū are ready to take the stage. Who's here for Best Start Mosgiel Maka Maka Room? Ka pai, if you see your child, stand up, get off your seat, give them a wave, let them know that you're here. Ka pai. This rōpū comes all the way from Mosgiel under the kaitiakitanga, under the protection of Mata Mata Maunga Nō reira, and they are eager, they are ready, they are excited to share with you today. Nō reira, e te iwi, paki mai, Best Start Mosgiel!
Mahana is warm,
Bagi-bagi ano mai te whānau pista Moscow! Ka pai, ki whānau away, put them away.
Where's our whānau? They're hopping back on their bus. Ka pai. If you are leaving, or when you leave, if you leave, you're most welcome to stay for the rest of the day. And this evening, could I just add, you can leave through these doors over there where Connor's standing, or you're most welcome to go out into the village. If you've pre-arranged to pick up your tamariki with the childcare centre, you're also going to meet them in the village. And if you haven't arranged to meet them, you'll see them when you pick them up later on this afternoon. Ngā mihi, all our tutors, all our teachers, all our kaiako, you were great leaders, girls. Great leaders. Thank you. And then they'll join the kapahaku at their primary school, and they'll be back at Polyfest one day, hopefully MCing instead of me.
Ka pai, and a big shout out to all our whānau watching from home on the live stream, tēnā koutou, and from all over the world. Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koutou. Have we got schools here from maybe Karitane? Not yet. Te Pākehī o Maru? Maybe at the back. Waitati? Maybe at the back too. Okay, ka pai. E te whānau, you can see these beautiful little tamariki, these beautiful little mokopuna coming up onto the stage. Anybody here for Roslyn Kindergarten? Ka pai. If you can see your little person, stand up, wave out, call out to them so they can see where you are. It's nerve-wracking up here. Woohoo! They're so excited. The teachers have been saying these kids actually sing all day, every day, and they just couldn't wait to get up to Polyfest to actually do their singing on stage. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's go. Whānau, put your hands together. Paki paki, anō mai, Roslyn Kindergarten.
Buggy buggy anō mai e te iwi Roslyn! Ka pai, get your manu away, get them away! Ka pai, tēnā koutou, big shout out to their tutors too. Ngā mihi kia koutou. Oh, looks like we have a few kura coming in. Who's the school up the back there in the whero and the red?
Intermediate, ka pai.
Kia ora, no mai, welcome. What about you guys on the high visors over there?
Thank you. For those of you who have just come into Polyfest, welcome. No mai, haere mai, bauti mai rā ki tēnei tō tātou nei ahurei Polyfest. Ki te whakanui i ngā reo, i ngā ahurea, i ngā tikanga, i ngā tūkanga o te ao Māori, o te moana nui akiwa anō hoki. Welcome to those of you who have just joined us today. 32nd Otago Polyfest here in Dunedin. Across the week with 11,000 tamariki, 176 groups, a lot of talking. Kia ora, no mai. We've got quite a few schools coming up now, but for those of you who have just come and this is your first time in, ngā mihi, just a little bit of health and safety corridor for you. If you're leaving after the performance, you are leaving out this door here back to your cars or buses. Or if you are not leaving after the performance, but you want to go to the village and have a kai and have a look at some stalls, you're leaving out that way. Ka pai, as you can see behind me, there's a beautiful looking rōpū coming up here. They have come all the way from Balclutha, is that correct?
Yep.
Ka pai, anybody here from Balclutha? I know Balclutha makes more noise than that. Ka pai, so when we are ready to go, which we are, we want you to make a noise, put your hands together, Rosebud Kapahaka!
Takatiho ki te uru, whakatakatiho ki te tonga, kia mā, kene kiuta, kia mā, tata ki tai. E hiaki ana te atakura, hei tio, hei hoka, hei hohu, ti hei, mauri ora.
Whakapere, ki raro ope, ki raro kia ori.
Tēnā koutou e te haukainga, e ngā manuhiri, e ngā whānau, e ngā kura e kuatai mai motu, te kura o rohi peke, ki raro i te maru o tēnei hui. He whakanui e te reo o ngā tipuna, he whakanui a mahi arehia. Tēnā koutou katoa. Mai te kura tokata. He puke taumata tai, timu tai, pare tio hia ngā waka I tō hia mai. Ki te ona tauhinu, ko te hai ara teu. Tai toka kei muri, kua te haere. Ki te awa ara taki, he ara taki, ko te awa matau. Huri noa atura, ki te pai pakana, ko iwi kia te aue. E tū ake ana ko pau.
Kiraro, Mope, Kiraro,
te whānau, all the way from Balclutha, Rosebank School! It's their first time performing here at Otago Polyfest, and what an amazing first performance. Give it up again, Rosebank!
Kia ora koutou, our stadium is filling, no reire mihi ana ki a koutou katoa. Katahi anō ka tae mai ki tō tātou nei kaupapa I tēnei rangi, a te rangi tua whā o te Otago Polyfest. Tēnā koutou, welcome to all of those of you who have just come in to join us here at Otago Polyfest. 32nd Polyfest here in Otepoti. We started with half a day back in 32 years ago at D&I. It eventually grew a little bit more to the Teachers College, carried on growing. We went to Regent Theatre for a few years. Some of you may remember that. And we've been here at the Eka Centre since 2008. So a big mihi to the Eka Centre and everything that they do to continue to support us. Those of you that are new, haven't been perhaps to Polyfest before, this is your exit door over here by Connor. Connor's giving us a wave, tēnā koutou. And those of you that aren't leaving or have pre-arranged to pick up your tamariki, you can do that out in the village. Anybody here from Waitati? Oh, ka pai. The noisy ones in the front. No reira, e te iwi, ko Waitete kura kapahaka tēnei. They have built their performance around Taonga Puoro. For some of them, this is the first time they've used the poi. And they are pleased to bring you their beautiful waiata, Te Tai o Arai Te Uru. E te iwi, paki paki o Waitete!
Kia ora!
were beautiful. Amazing. Ngā mihi kia koutou, ngā kaiako, our tutors, our teachers, who have to learn all the words and all the actions first, and then they have to teach them on. Awesome. That was outrageous. Boys, thank you very, very much. Whānau, can you tell me what the correct pronunciation or name for Waitati is? Come over here. Anybody know the correct pronunciation? Waitete. Do you count? Are you allowed? Kapai, haramai, haramai. Sorry, what was that again?
Waitete.
Waitete. Tēnā koe, tēnā koe. Waitete. This has been a really good week for us to be able to share some of the correct traditional pronunciations or names of places. So we have Wakari. Wakari, I think, is what most people refer to it today as. When I was young, it was called Waikari. But actually, its traditional name is Whakaari. Whakaari is the ranges, the mountain ranges up by Halfway Bush, Brockbull, and Wakari. So Whakaari is our name there. Taiari, so we've had schools from Taiari, East Taiari, Taiari School, Taiari Kindergarten. The correct name, the old name, is Taiari. Taiari, actually, it's Taiari. What else have we had? Waitete. We've got one coming up soon. Anybody here from Karitane? Oh, come on, come on, we'll make a bit more noise tonight when they come out. Come on. We're saving it up, Come on. Hey, so just in that little space and time there, I gave you some names. Can anybody come up and give me the correct name or pronunciation or traditional name for Taiari? Taiari?
Yep.
You. Yep, you. Yep, haramai. But just walk nice and calmly to the side, moving over. Ka pai. Our next group is also from Oamaru, Te Pākihi o Maru Tēnei! Here to share and celebrate the mana and the ihi of the traditions and the beliefs of Kaitahu here in Otago. E te iwi, haruru mai te whare, Te Pākihi o Maru!
Ki te poho, te raka, katoa
「
their waiata that was sung by the 28th Māori Battalion when they, in World War II, when they were over in Gallipoli. So the tamariki aren't just learning kupu Māori or kapahaka up here. Everything that is contained in their songs, or the tikanga and the history that sits behind it, is all part of the learning that they do. So if you are leaving, please leave quickly. And if you are staying, ka pai. If you are from Karitane, could you make a noise? This is a little rural area, Karitane, just out of Dunedin, sitting under the shelter of Hikaroroa. They are going to be sharing with some waiata with us around their ancestor from the places of Araitaiuru. They love learning about their community and kaitahu, the hapu, the marae of that area. E te iwi, let's give it up! Karitane!
Ka mihi ki te taki o Otago me kati hui raparunaka.
Ka mihi ki ka tohu o Otago Kati Huirapa Runaka.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kirano, hope!
Karitane, kairo, whare, give it up, give it up! Atahua. Ngā mihi, big acknowledgements always to our teachers, our kaiako, who put a whole lot of time in, to the whānau no doubt as well, who've been learning the songs at home, trying to, hey, some of those pukana I saw, beautiful, beautiful girls, stunning. Wait till they're back on stage for high school, intermediate, high school. No later, we have got an eager group out the back, but before I bring them on, have we got Paki or Maru still out there in the crowd? Kapai mama. They're coming back up with their Pacifica group for the first time. Kapai, come in, have a seat, have a seat. Oh, they're ready to go, they're ready to go. All right, I just want to share some of the kōrero on here because I thought it was absolutely awesome. They want to acknowledge, this is Rosebank. Rosebank from Balclutha, their Pacifica group, first time. They want to acknowledge the many hands that helped them create the beautiful kākahu, the beautiful clothing you can see here, and that this was absolutely a whānau effort. Whānau handing down history, whānau handing down knowledge, songs, waiata, to share and sing with their tamariki. You will see the rich and diverse Pacific Islands, Samoa, Rarotonga, Fiji, Tonga. Give it up, Rosebank Pacifica! Kia ora, ngā mihi e te tautoko koutou. Rosebank School whānau, give it up, give it up! Across the islands we travelled. Rarotonga, Samoa, Fiji, Tonga. Whew, the richness and the vibrancy of our communities is stunning. Thank you for being here, everybody, to celebrate that with us. Māori, Pasifika, languages, culture, identity, right here in the whare. You don't have to leave it at the door. Ka pai, bring it all in, bring it all in. We are still in Oamaru with all, who's here from Oamaru? Yes, half the whare. Oh, look at these ones. This is Phoenix School, whānau, who's from Phoenix School? Over 100 tamariki here from year 5 to year 11, no, year 5 years and year 11 years, and they have been learning their new songs for today. They are nearly all on stage. Here we go, get your hands ready, give it up for the school!
Kōrero Māori, e mena kāna
Beautiful. I'm getting a puff on the side, dancing along with them. Kapai, also thank you, Tamariki Ma. We'll see you again next year. And you, whānau, coming to support them. We'll see you again next year too. Welcome to those schools that are coming in from the top. Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. Don't forget, if you are leaving, which we hope you're not, we need to read through this story over here by Connor. If you have arranged to pick up your tamariki, you can meet them in the village at the whatu manawa, or the heart of the village. You are unable to go backstage to the tamariki, so you might as well wait here till they're finished getting changed and they come back into the audience. We have another group from Oamaru coming up. Anybody here for Te Pākiri o Maru? They are about to bring out their Pacifica group. And oh my gosh, the hands that must have worked to the bone to get their kākahu, their clothing ready and prepared is amazing. They want to acknowledge their strong support network who have worked with them to get this performance ready. They want to have a shout out to Oruka and Te Rai for their time, their love and their effort that they've put into helping this group and the rest of the whānau community to get them to where they are today. They'll be drawing on the cultures that are within their kura, of which these tamariki stand with pride. Look at those smiles! They stand with pride, incorporating Tonga, Samoa, Tuvalu, at the iwi, Pasmai!
Ka ko e ki pole po i kukumalu. Ka ia i pena o salu salu. Pea ke si mai ka ufoki au. Ko e tuna pe ko e tali e pekau. Ko si te peha, nai tunga he ha. Tunga he tono si e kua wha. Ko si te ha, nai tunga he ha. Tunga he tono si e kua wha. Oh, no, me si e kua wha mi pea neo he. Neo si la, isi o si nona ko e kupele. O tukula, ita uke loa, ta uke abe. Ko si o tono o loto pihe aho e mate. Tunga he tono si e kua wha. Ko si o te hana, nai tunga e ha. Tunga he tono si e kua wha.
Te pakihi o mano! Maro au pito! Oh, fun. Stunning. Now I really am puffed. I'm just puffed from watching all of you guys. In celebration of our tamariki, of our cultures, our identities, our language, that we don't have to leave at the door at the Polyfest. You bring it all in. You bring it all in and you be you. Our next group looks like a big group out there. There's a lot of people out there. Anybody here for Waimaru Intermediate School? They are about to set up. All right, whānau, just get my breath. So while I'm getting my breath, I might as well keep talking. I just want you to know that this is the 32nd Otago Polyfest here in Ōtepoti, if you weren't here when I said it before. 32 years. We started with half a day at the Dunedin North Intermediate School, and since then it's progressed to a full week, every day, every night. This week, you've got to come tonight. Ka pai, tonight, Thursday night starts at 5:30. Otago Boys Pacifica is our first group up, and they will rock the house, I'll tell you. Otago Boys Pacifica, Kings Pacifica, Queens Pacifica. The place goes on fire. So make sure you come back. Come early, because there won't be a seat. St. Kevin's, Waitaki Boys, and girls will all be here tonight. So this group coming up are the only intermediate school in the North Otago region. And their performance, like the many others we've just watched, celebrates the rich and vibrant Pacifica cultures that are part of their school. They want to bring to you their celebration of their cultures from Samoa, from Tonga, Cook Islands, Fiji, and beyond. At the iwi, pas mai!
Aho!
Lava malo le sui pua moa ma le langi e mama. O lui ngo o alu Samoa Loretta Schmidt. My name is Loretta and it's such a pleasure to be here today to be able to see and experience all of this beautifulness that is our Pacific culture. Woo!
Oh, malo, malo. How did you find that, Fi?
Oh, I love it. I just love this. I love that our babies have a stage, have a platform just to be proud of who they are, show their culture, showcase themselves.
Well, that's definitely the word that's been coming up for me, particularly in the last 5 to 6 schools. Pride. Pride, smiles, the whānau out there joining in. One of the things we didn't say, I don't know if I meant to say this, if you feel the need, whānau, you know, to come up on the side of the stage.
Definitely that side. Definitely that
and
side.
sharing the dances that are happening up here. Please go ahead, go ahead. You know, to these times that I remember our Nana Iti Lofiso, who was a stalwart here with us at Polyfest for years and years, and she would always get up on the stage, hand out all her money to all her whānau, and oh, it was just beautiful, beautiful to watch.
So for our non-Pacific whānau that are in here at the moment, just in case you're wondering what is the appropriate thing for you to do, it would be like, you know, cheer, like the chair you're sitting on, and who is sitting beside you. But you have to do it with pride, so you do the whole, Chahoo!
Ooh, let's
All that's up here.
let's give that a go.
Yeah. Ready? Hey. See? Yeah. Right there. Let's go. On 3. 1, 2, 3. So anytime you see something amazing, this is what you're doing, right? You're pulling out something.
That's right. Did you feel their heart? Did you feel their spirit? Did you feel their mana? Kapai. When you feel that, you get up. Kapai, we had some of our mamas up here as well.
Down in this corner, we had some good shake down here.
There's some down here.
So just need to clarify, are they allowed to get on stage or be dancing down in front of the stage?
Well, if you are, you know, following the tikanga of coming up to offer koha to your whānau, down here, in here, wherever kapai, you can come up the side. If you want to have a kanikani with them, go ahead, up the front.
Okay. I reckon I might be the auntie. If you're a little bit not mobile and you've got to be careful with the stairs, hold the rails. Hold the rails. Absolutely lovely. Absolutely love it. So next up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you need to put your hands together for St. Joseph's Wawaru Pacifica. Our St. Joseph's Pacifica group will perform traditional songs and dances from the Pacific, representing various islands such as Samoa, Tonga, Fiji, the Cook Islands, and our non-Pacific students. Our performance showcases the vibrant rhythms and powerful messages that are central to Pacific identity. We perform with pride, respect, and love for our culture. Please put your hands together for St. Joseph's Wawaru School Pacifica.
Patio,
Ezo te hangi yangi mai ko hangi matangi. Ezo te hangi yangi mai ko hangi matangi no ke to ko ya mi ko tari ko ya mi ko tari. Ei no ko to kana. Aku ki mo ana. Sate yo. Ezo te hangi mai ko hangi matangi no ke to ko ya mi ko tari ko ya mi ko tari. Ei no ko to kana. Aku ki mo ana. Sate yo. Ezo ke tuku ama kai tu kama ai ai mo te kama ka se no mo ka ro ma ka tu kama ke tu te se no mo ka ro ma ka tu kama ke tu te ma ka se no mo ka ro ma ka tu kama ke tu te se no mo ka ro ma ka tu kama ke tu te se no mo ka ro ma ka tu kama ke tu te e ta te ma ka isa pe yo. Ezo ke tuku ama kai tu kama ai ai mo te kama ka se no mo ka ro ma ka tu kama ke tu te ma ka se no mo ka ro ma ka tu kama ke tu te se no mo ka ro ma ka tu kama ke tu te ma ka se no mo ka ro ma ka tu kama ke tu te se no mo ka ro ma ka tu kama ke tu te e ta te ma ka isa pe yo.
Boli mata ku
Paki up, whānau, paki up. That was a little bit amazing. And you didn't get a chance to introduce yourself before. Introduce yourself. Mauri ore ki te whare. No te rohe pōtai o Tūhoi, me te ūkaipo o Ngāti Porou, ko Angelina ki ore tōku ingoa. Tēnā koutou. Nice to meet you. I hail from the Sunshine Coast of Aotearoa up in Ngāti Porou land around Wairoa, and from the middle of the North Island, underneath the bushes in Tūhoi country around Ruatoki. Nice to meet you all and welcome, Polyfest 2025. I'm one of the 3 trustees of Otago Polyfest, and it's our pleasure to be here again this year on our 32nd year. And I've only been here for 30 of those years, so I'm sure some people out there have been here a little bit longer. And I recognise some faces. Tēnā koe. Nice to see you.
Can we get a hand for our kaimahi who just hop on stage when they're told, sweet, white, all sorts of things that you might not want to know that they have to scream up out there.
I think even when you talk about your kaimahi, so mamas and papas and all of our whānau here, just to let you know, this could not happen without our volunteers. And our volunteers, our young people that you see in the vests and that, and with that, we just want to say thank you so much to them, because without them, the day would not run like it has today. And so, just ensure that our kaimahi too are telling you messages and just saying to you, yes, you can go here, or no, you can't go there. You need to receive that, because they're doing the job that they've been entrusted to do. So just remember that, mamas and papas, that we need to make sure that we listen to the instructions of our kaimahi out here.
All right, here we go. Who is here for Phoenix School? Hi, we are not finished over in the islands just yet. We have the Phoenix School Pacifica crew, and they are made up of tamariki from Tonga, Samoa, Cook Islands, Fiji. Every Tuesday afternoon, they are at school learning. Maybe they're at school after school. Do you have practice after school? Do you have practice after school or during school? During school. Kapai. Here we go. Phoenix School. Let's go. Pakio!
Sapo, Aungai, Kayalo, Sari.
Let's hear it for Finnish Tuumasikka! Yahoo! Miharo te katoa tēnā, pēnā rango te katoa. Kōwhiri mai te a whānau, stand up, give them a huge wave. That was some energy.
Oh, I'm not going to lie, I actually feel really puffed watching that on the side of the stage. I was like, whew, they're still going, these kids. That's awesome.
That's our 5'1" status. Still trying to shimmy in our seats. I just want to acknowledge our co-marksman group down in here. Before I was talking about how long I've been at Polyfest. Peter Cutter sitting right over there was my first employment as a kapaka student. Tēnā koe e te pāpa, nau mai wanga nui kia tātou anō, tēnā koutou katoa, nā ko-marksman mā. We could not do Polyfest without our sponsors and our supporters. And I just want to acknowledge those who have contributed to your fundraising. It's a long way to come from Oamaru. It's a long way on a pahi and it costs a lot of money. So any sponsors out there in the live stream world that wants to throw some bricks our school's way, we need to travel on those pahi all the way down and all the way back. We've got schools from all over Otago coming through for the festival.
Okay, so for the Tamariki that's still sitting up in the stands, we want that energy for our next group too. Because who do we have next, Ange?
We've got Pembroke. Pembroke School. Stand up, everyone, stand up, show me where you all are so we know where to point those cameras.
Let's go, Pembroke. Where are our whānau?
There's them over there.
Put your hands up. Yeah. So just feel free to get up and dance as well.
Pembroke School Kapahaka is excited and they've travelled all the way here to bring a wild and exciting program to you. Look at this, all my te paki paki whānau. Paki paki mai, paki paki mai. Whānau, give them a big wave. Make sure they know where they're pointing their smiles to your cameras. Nā reira. Pembroke School.
Haru, wha. Uti a te rito o te aragege. Hei a te komako e ko ki mai ki ahau. Hei a tēnei a nui, tēnei nui o tēnei a. Maku e ki atu kia koe e tangata, e tangata. Maku e ki atu kia koe he tangata, he tangata.
Another big hand here for Pembroke School Kapahaka. It's absolutely beautiful.
They were so lovely. I can't believe you could get that volume and a beautiful voices all up on this huge stage. Tēnā koutou.
I just want to mention, so we've talked about our kaumagi here volunteering, but I also want to mention our kaiako, our tutors, our teachers, who actually help with all the practicing and everything and putting these items together in that. Because what they do is an amazing job. It's over and above everything that they need to do in the classroom, which is beautiful.
O kei te hara mai te roku. Anō, mo te taino o tēnei kura, and I see uniforms up there, you must be the tuatanaka. Paki paki up whānau, paki paki whānau. This is the kura whakaeru taina. Nau mai e wha nau mai. Oh, mums and dads, who did some of the sewing? Few sewers out there. I was just out the back because we walked a wee minute ago and I said, ooh, did you get up really early and do those beautiful plaits? And lots of them nodded and said yes. And then one beautiful wee lady down the side, she said, no, my auntie did it last night. So thank you, auntie, for coming in late. It's not must be down in here, is it? Well done, auntie. Whānau, this is te kura whakaehu teina. Paki paki mai! Tēnā koutou, te tautoko i tō koutou rōpū. Tēnā koutou for the tuakana to support the taina. That's what we're all about here. We're about making sure that we all feel supported. We're having a great time. People get to hear the reo all the time. This year, sorry, Ange. I was just going to say, as I see all these people leaving, don't forget if you're leaving to go into your car, you need to walk out these doors over here, Teviot Street, over where Connor's standing. If you are heading out to the village, that is the exit that you need to take. And if you haven't been to the village, you really need to go there and have a look at all the amazing stalls that are out there. What did you just get from the village? What were you doing? Well, I got given from the village in Otago a drink. Oh my gosh, so yum. Mango, pineapple, coconut. Oh god. So I might have 2 of those. But excuse me. There's all sorts of kai out here. There's the Tongan community, Samoan community out there with their kai, feeding everybody. So make sure you get out there and have a look. Ready to go is Palmerston School. Who's here from Palmerston? Kapai. We're just going to let them show you what they've got. Paki up, Palmerston! sometimes working out which way to get on and off the stage. It's a bit hard when you've given your all out here on the stage. Kia ora koutou. Ka kite. Me te whanau, se ka kite. Oh, broken arm and all. Can't wait.
So Epifana, just while we're changing over and getting the new group up here on stage, just I heard you talking about the village before. Oh my gosh, have you seen the food out in the village? I had to close my eyes as I was walking past the girl that has the cookies. I was like, girl, I can't look at you. Don't call my name. There's some amazing kai out there. If you're hungry, please make sure you go and visit these guys because, yeah, it's beautiful. Like, absolutely.
It is, and obviously, Māori and Pacific Island cultures, what do? We live communally. We're raised by villages, and so it only makes sense that our village out there, the centre of it is called Whatu. Whatu Manawa, the heart, which is where we base a whole lot of our whanaungatanga happening out there. We've got a few more schools left to go with Te Iwi, and hopefully I've got the right page here.
See, I've got no page, so I'm just going to say, yep, you got it. Let's go.
This is St. Joseph's. Are you St. Joseph's? Yes, they are. St. Joseph's, Father, where are you? Okay, as they're quickly lining up, ko whā wiki tēnei rōpu e whakaharatau ana. They've only been practicing for 4 weeks, whānau. Ko ngā wawata, ngā whakaora, kia whakaora i te ao Māori. Their desire, their aspirations are to rejuvenate te ao Māori. Ko te kaupapa matua o te tūranga e hāngai ana ki te ara o te hāhi katorika. Their main kaupapa today is to join and celebrate the kaupapa of hāhi katorika. E te iwi, St. Joseph's o Amarusu Katorika! Awesome leadership, you two, great kaya, great kaitapaki, kia ora, kia ora.
Thanks, Auntie.
Hi. Thanks, Auntie. Thanks, Auntie. You know, thinking of it, it's got nothing to do with politics. I was in Australia not long ago and I was talking to the supermarket. There was a fella outside, they were doing some raffles and he's like, kia ora, Auntie. I don't know if I'm Byron Stokes. He's like, kia ora, Auntie. I go, kia ora. And he goes to his mate, see, she's from New Zealand. 100% though, you can see that straight away. Okay, guess what? We're actually running to time. Well, we're 30 seconds behind. So let's go really, really quickly. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have Pembroke School Pacifica. Now this group has been working hard over the last few months and are excited to perform today. We were inspired by Moana 2 and will be showcasing music from across the Pacific, which is also a representation of the cultures within our school. So let's hear it for Pembroke School Pacifica!
They caught us unaware. Sorry. Big hand for Pembroke School! Certificate group. I was simply like, and then all of a sudden it was quiet. I was like, whoa, wait, what?
Yeah, the chance to be watching, taking it all in. You know, some of the words that we've been thinking about while we're watching all these tamariki on stage, especially today, particularly the ones that have been bringing forth their Pacific cultures, connection and pride. Connection and pride are just oozing out of this stage. I just love it. I just love seeing kids feeling like they can be who they are, kids feeling like this is where I am who I am because this festival lets me do that. I just love it.
100%. It's just beautiful. So our babies can walk proudly in the culture that they are, stand here, they can share with you, they celebrate with you everything that they are. And I just think there's no other place like it. This is a highlight for the week for me. Just fills my cup being able to see our babies up here celebrating.
And for a lot of our tamariki, this is the only place that they actually get to do it. They might do some kapahaka at their school, they might have their Pacifica groups that go out to community, but to be on a big stage like this in front of all of you is a really big deal. And to be able to showcase the beauty and the brilliance of our cultures is what Otago Polyfest is all about. So I want to thank all of you for sitting out there today and cheering on and celebrating our tamariki.
Absolutely.
Do we have anyone here from Western, supporting Western kapahaka? Come along, let's move along to the middle. I'm not your tutor, but let's move along to the middle. Here's the middle.
Okay, as they're coming out, we're just going to do some reading of the Bible. So Western School's performance today is a powerful reflection of the dedication of the wider community. A huge mihi to Beck Ryan for building their waiata and boys' schools over the years, Karen for her unwavering commitment, and Nigel for adding a strong haka dimension this year. They also wish to acknowledge their teacher, Claudia Cook-Green, who's been part of their journey too. Today, their performance is a reflection of Western's journey. They will share with us a collection of waiata and haka that not only showcase the skills they've developed over the years, but also reflects their deepening understanding of Māori culture. They have grown from a ropu who have shared their voices through waiata to one now powerfully that embodies their stories through the fluid movements of poi and the fierce actions of the haka. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please put your hands together for Western Kapahaka!
Livingstone. Kamahaka! Homai anō te pakipaki. Thank you, kia ora koutou. That was beautiful. Those harmonies, right? Yes. Kia ora, kia ora. Harmonies. Okay, we are a little bit ahead of time. So the next rōpū is ready and waiting, and I tell you, they are a big rōpū. Who is here for Kaikorai Valley? Kaikorai School, Kaikorai School? Ka pai. They are ready, they're on the ramp. They are champing at the bit. But we're just gonna give a little bit of time. So all of those of you that are moving around, ka pai, find a seat. If you're leaving for the day, here's your door over here. If you're going out to the village to get some donuts or chop suey or otai, that's where you want to go. But we thought that while we've got a bit of time, we might read you a book. A puka puka. It's called At the Marae. You might have heard of it. It's made the news recently, it's quite famous. So we thought, well, we're all about making things famous too. So let's come and read the puka puka to everybody. So this is a crowd participation reading of a book, ka pai? So there are some kupu Māori in this book. And every time you hear one of those kupu Māori, we want you to shout it back at me, ka pai? Here's an example. At the marae. Marae. Okay, you can shout louder than that. At the marae. Marae. Kia ora. Everybody know what a marae is? Yeah. Ka pai. Okay, let's try and do this with 4 hands. At the marae. Marae. We are at the marae. Marae. Shh, stop the chat, says Nat's dad. The karanga. Karanga. The karanga. Karanga. Starts. Nan steps up. The kids step up too. No boots in the wharenui, says Nat. I need help, Miss Lee, says Tane. Tane. My boot is stuck.
My boot is stuck. Kia ora.
The kids are in the wharenui.
Wharenui.
The koro. The koro speaks. The kids sing, then we hongi.
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 Hongi your friend beside you if you like. We stand for karakia.
Karakia.
We stand for karakia. I love you guys. It is time for kai.
Kai.
It is time for kai.
Kai.
It's time to go home. It's been a good day at the marae. The end of the story. Thank you, everybody, for sharing in our bilingual puka puka at the marae. Just in case you don't get to see it again.
So just while you're saying that, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Loretta Schmidt and I work for the Ministry of Education. Here we go. And we're actually giving away some books on our store. If you go out to the village, you'll see that there is a book out there, or a puka puka out there, that if you're on your journey for learning Te Reo Māori, please go and see them. There's a beautiful orange puka puka out there called Learning Māori at Home, and it's free. So if you're on that journey, please go and see the people out in the village for that.
Come on, just before that we've got a little giveaway.
Nice.
Okay. Can someone come up and tell me what one of the 6 kupu in this book was? Marae, ka pai whaia, haere mai. Haere mai, here's your pōtai for your pōko. Ka pai, tēnā koutou.
Okay, so I'm just surrounded by absolute cuteness right now. Te kura o Kaikarai Teina. Te kura o Kaikarai Teina is the whole junior school from Kaikarai School. There are 120 children. We have new entrants year to year 2. And I've been training with Whaia Ana for 2 terms. They're excited to share what they have been learning with our whānau and our wider community. So please put your hands together for your babies, Kaikarai School.
Kotet pu toru wha. Kiraro, kia wiri, hope. Toru, wha. Kiraro, kia wiri, hope. Toru, wha. Tūtero mai. Iwi, awe. Tātou, tātou, Tūtero mai. Iwi, awe. Tātou, tātou, Thank you. Toru, fa. Kiraro, kawiri, hoppe. Poro, wait. Toru, fa. Kiraro, hoppe. Tahi, roa, tumaira. Kirara, kiawiri, hoppe. Miahiato ika, tahi, lua, keita hara ika. Keita hara ika, kita gara noke. Mahiato ika, tahi, lua, keita hara ika. Keita hara ika, kita noke. Mahiato ika, tahi, lua, keita hara ika. Keita hara ika, kita gara noke. Mahiato ika, tahi, lua, keita hara ika. Keita hara ika, kita gara noke.
Bukana! Sakurai school in the house. Well, in the morning. Kia ora koutou, kia ora mo tēnei koutou koe tēnei tira. Ngā mihi whaia ana, one of my favourite ever. Anō, whaia ana. Kei te haere ngā kura. Ka pai tēnā koutou. Haere rā, kia koutou e wehe atu ana. Farewell to those of you that are leaving. Ka pai, we might see you again later tonight. Those of you that are coming in, no mai, haere mai. Gather your seats quickly because as you can see, the stage is filling up. This rōpū is te kura o whakaehu. Where are their whānau te kura o whakaehu? These are the tuakana who were singing from over there to help out their teina. Ka pai koutou katoa. Ko te reo, ko te whenua, ko te tangata. Ngā taonga tuku ihoa. This kapahaka rōpū has been on an exciting journey, learning new waiata about their heritage, their values and their student voice. One of the highlights is a poem that tells the story of Haki Te Kura, a young kōtiro from Tahuna known for her bravery. The haka was written by one of their young boys here, one year 6 boy, Apanui Ngā Moki. Tēnā koe Apanui. Nā reia e te iwi. Haere mai te whare! Silverstream!
Tapa tapa hi Manu
Te kura o whakaehu! One of their sayings is iki noa, he pito mata. He iki noa, he pito mata, which means although we are small, we have potential in abundance, as you can see on stage here. Kapai, tēnā koutou, we only have 3 kura left. Kapai, so hopefully they've got whānau here from Kaikorai. Whānau. Anderson's Bay. And back to Whakaeru. Kapai. Good, you'll all be staying to the end then, kapai. Because what we don't want is the last school to be sharing their waiata to an empty house or just to their own whānau. We want the hapori here sharing in the awesome, amazing work these kura do. Okay, whānau, give these ones a really big wave because they're really waving out there. Take your photos now as they're getting ready. There's plenty of them to come on stage. Make sure you're all sparkly. They're looking stunning. I just want to acknowledge all of the time that it takes for parents to come to Polyfest, to make sure they're here on time, along with the teachers, along with all of that hours and hours of singing. How many parents in the audience can sing all of the waiata of the programs? I think Tracy Cohen can. As you leave through the doors, we've got a wee gap of people coming through. Hara mai whānau, welcome to Polyfest. Whaitsuru, hara mai. Up next we have Kaikorai School. We've got Te Kura, another tuakano ropu. They've worked really hard during the year to get this performance together. Hōmai te aroha I tēnei kapa. Paki mai whānau, Kaikorai tuakana.
Mataiki,
te pai.
Hoi kia mau.
Tua kana kiwa.
Tahi, rua, toru, wā. Tihore mai te rangi. Tihore mai te rangi. Tihore mai. Mau, mau, mau te rua, piti mai te rā.
Miharo te katoa, tēnā koutou tēnei tere te kura o Kaikorai Suakana. Pupiritia mai whānau, ka pai koutou. Huge mihi to their kaiako, to all their teachers that put all of this together. And we just want to make a special shout out here to Anna Pene, Whai Anna, who takes, I don't know how many schools Whai Anna's still taking all these years later, probably not quite 32 years later, but Whai Anna's always here taking big schools, yeah, big schools, all of these kids. Sometimes it's just for an hour a week and they can learn all the words, all the choreography, all the haka. That's 6 waiata sometimes.
It must be, you know, the secret to staying young. Looking so young, Whai Anna. Hawhai koutou, welcome. We're not far, we've got 2 more groups and these groups have worked really hard to be with us this year. Please stay as long as you can. But if you do have to go and do the school run, if you're going to your car, please exit this door. If you're going to pick up your tamariki, then through this way into the village. But don't forget, tonight we've got another session. There's some huge high schools coming through tonight. You don't want to miss it. You want to be here nice and early. Parking is going to be rough.
Parking is going to be rough. We had quite a few registration numbers we had to call out last night, for people whose cars might not be there when they went back to them. But if you are here for Te Kura Whakaehu, Hamaikawa! Te Kura Whakaehu are returning. They just left the stage. They've had a quick change and now they're back. This is the first time that their Pacifica group has performed on stage, celebrating their Pacific cultures. Waiata from the Cook Islands and Samoa, sharing the language and stories of their beautiful culture. E te iwi, haruru mai te whare, te whakaehu! tēnā koe, o tira tēnā koutou katoa. Such hard work, you know, bringing up here, doing all their drums, bringing their drums. But whānau, we have made it to the last rōpū. It would be just absolutely awesome if you could be in the house while they are up here performing. There's a lot of them, so they're going to come out straight away.
Oh, and they're so nicely lined up. This is a big group here, Mark. 166 tamariki. Are heading our way.
166. These are apunga from all year levels at Anderson's Bay School, bringing together their voices, the talents, and over the past year the group has grown in size and confidence, with students that are stepping up to learn and perform. We are proud to share our waiata, our haka, our poi with mana and passion, celebrating te reo Māori and tikanga while building unity, confidence and pride in our culture. Shout out to the tutors, George, Jane and Kate, and no doubt the rest of the staff, the rest of the whānau of these 166 tamariki who are gracing our stage. E te iwi!
Can I get some appreciation for this military manoeuvre that they got on stage?
Yes. Yes, everybody knows where they're going. One more time, whānau, they are ready. Put your hands together. Anderson's Bay School!
see if there's a military manoeuvre as they leave. Look at that. Keep clapping. There are a lot of young people to get off stage. What a fantastic round of waiata we had. And they're going this side too. Tēnā koutou, we will see you next year. All slightly taller than me, I'm presuming. Give them a big wave.
Shout out to the teachers organising that. We're loving the way they come on and off the stage. Beautiful. For all of those of you that are coming back tonight, doors open at 5 o'clock. First group up, Otago Boys Pacifica, 5:30. Make sure you get in early to get a park. It'll be completely packed tonight. You might not even get a seat.
Now, just also reminding you that you'll be able to watch this performance back on live stream. For those little people that are at the back that you might not have been able to see, if it's not up straight away, it just takes a little bit of time to upload it. So please go back and check those different live stream runs. We're here all week, Wama. This is your last chance to get a beautiful photo. See you all next year. You at that point.
Thank you for coming, thank you for staying, thank you for listening to my puka puka. Drive safe. See you back at 5 o'clock.
Live streamers, see you back tonight. Ngā mihi kia koutou. Māori Alexa, can we have some waiata? You just shimmy as you leave, whānau.
Kia ora, Viola.
Kia ora.
And you are the village manager of the Otago Polyfest. It must be a really busy day for you.
It's definitely starting to get busier. We opened up last night specifically for our manuhiri, but that quickly changed, and I guess with change you've got to put your thinking cap on, and it all worked out in the end. So today is our first day of having our stall holders in our village.
And how many years have you been part of Polyfest? How long have you been doing this?
So I was actually part of the very first Polyfest a number of years ago as a performer. So as a performer, it was a half-day performance with just a handful of schools. And so to see it grow over the years from a half day to a whole week just speaks volumes. And I think the beauty is being able to see that it's not just high schools, it's actually ECE right throughout, and it's just basically every school in Dunedin and outside of Dunedin wanting to embrace the culture and also wanting to be part of something that's really special.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's go back in time, because I think it is so special that you were part of the first Polyfest and now you're here doing mahi for Polyfest, right? Can you share with us what year that was and which school you were part of?
Let's just say it wasn't yesterday.
Okay.
It was a number of years ago. I don't want to go into too much detail, but
it's the 31st anniversary of Polyfest this year, right? So I think people will find out.
If we can work it out from there. And so back then we were fortunate enough to have a great group of young women that came in to want to be part of our teaching us more about our culture and implementing just just embracing who we are as Pacific. And so it was really special to be part of that. And then when we performed, it was actually our very first Polyfest was at the Teachers College, so the College of Education. So yeah, and to see it grow from there, transitioning to the Regent, and then now we're here at Edgar.
Yeah. And have you always been in Dunedin? Did you grow up here?
Yes, so born and bred here in Dunedin, Dunedin local, and it's just really wonderful to see lots of faces that have been part of the Polyfest over the years, but lots of new families and our young people that have grown up, and now their parents coming in to watch their children, or parents coming in to watch their moko. So it's really beautiful to see.
And just reflecting on the time you were at Polyfest back then, and all the experiences you've had being part of the organizing team, what are your favorite memories of Polyfest?
I think for me, because this is my second year working as part of the team, and so last year I was front of house. I was managing front of house, and it was just really beautiful to see so many parents and families coming in to support their children. Lots of parents coming in off work time just to come in, see their kid, and then shoot back off to work. And it's just really, really beautiful for our kids to see that they've got family in the crowd cheering them on. And just because a lot of our kids can be really shy when it comes to performing in front of big people, like big number of people and stuff like that. So just having familiar faces for them is just really lovely to see. Lots of proud parents, grandparents, siblings. It's just really lovely.
It's a time where the community, the family members come together and
Absolutely.
just to witness that.
And it's also a time to actually catch up with people that you haven't seen in a long time, or usually it's under different circumstances. Sometimes it's not the greatest of circumstances, but to come in and celebrate a week where we're celebrating our cultures and our children and just our community, it's really awesome.
And so, as the festival organizer, what has been the biggest challenge this year, do you think?
Because I'm only managing the village, there's a wonderful team that have been organising the Polyfest. So there's been a lot of work, a lot of hours, a lot of late nights that go into organising this, and so a lot of that wouldn't be possible without them. So they're the bosses above me, to put things in place for us to make sure that what we're doing is like we're creating that wonderful atmosphere for our family, and just making sure that everything's running smoothly. We're also really privileged to have lots of volunteers that are volunteering their time to be part of helping make things work, and for it to be another successful year at Polyfest, so we can continue to do the things that we love to do to serve our community.
And what do you hope the community members get from this year's Polyfest? As the manager of the village, do you want to give any shout out to the community members who are having stalls here? And
absolutely, we've got some fantastic stalls here this year. We've got the University of Otago, we've got Polytech, we've got Te Hauora Whānau Services, we've got Dunedin Public Library, we've got the police, we've got fire, we've got all sorts. We've got Te Wānanga o Aotearoa. We've got lots of services there that are here ready to talk to people and families about things like, if it's our fire services, to talk about safety around smoke alarms and just being safe and things like that. They are also our first responders too, should anybody hurt themselves while here at Polyfest. We've got our tertiary providers, we've got our universities and our polytechs to talk to families and students that could be looking at possibilities of going into study. We've got the Dunedin Public Library. They've got a great stall there which is showing the new library that'll be ready next year in South Dunedin, so that looks fantastic. And we've got the University of Otago on the other side that are doing blood pressure checks, and they've also got a teddy bears hospital. So wow. For our little people out there, if we've got teddy bears that have got broken arms, or they've got a little bit of their fluff coming out, that they need to be put back in, sewn back in. You've got your Teddy Bears Hospital there to help you out and put plasters on and things like that. So we've got some fantastic people. We've got some food stalls as well. We've got Sweet Revelations as well, with if you've got a sweet tooth, with some beautiful baking and also some island food. And we've also got a creations table where a couple are doing prints as well on things like boards and stuff like that. So it's made to order on glass as well. So if you wanted to get presents made and stuff personalised, you've got people here that can do that as well.
There's so much happening at the village, and I love how that's all from the top of your head. It's amazing how much work you've really put into it.
Yes, and I just missed out a group there on accident. There's 2 groups there that I missed out. It's also the Corrections, the fantastic team at Corrections Otago. So they're there to talk about possibility if you wanted to get into that work. And also we've got the Otago Museum. So we've got lots here. And we also have at the back of our village, we've also got a kids play area, and also we have a microphone there for those that are feeling like they want to share their talent of singing, playing musical instruments. You have it.
Yeah.
And we've also have space for you if you'd like a hot drink. We've also got people there that will make a hot drink for you, and a screen so you can watch performances. If you're feeling that being in the actual centre, the Edgar Centre itself can be a little bit too much, you feel free to come through to the village and watch it here on our big screen.
And that's the concept of the village, right?
Absolutely.
A place where you can actually get anything, and there are people around to help you if you need anything.
Yes, we've got a great team here at the village that are here prepared, willing to help out if you have any concerns, any questions, or you need to get somewhere. So thank you.
Do you have any? Do you have anything that you're looking forward to just this week?
For me, it's just looking forward to seeing all the people come through the doors, just seeing our community come together. We've also got people coming from out of town to come and support their children. So we've got schools from out of town being part of Polyfest as well. It's always a great week, a real good week for our community as a whole. So yeah.
I really appreciate the mahi you do, and we'll definitely see each other next time again as well.
Whawhitai lava.
We are here with Leota and Jonica from the Otago Museum. Kia ora, both of you.
Kia ora.
Talofa. Talofa. And can you tell us about your stall here at the village?
I think Jonica here has got the beautiful scientific mind for that one.
Okay, so we've got our smoke-free science showcase set up down here, and it is called Te Mana o Te Ha. It's all about giving people information about smoking, vaping, how it's marketed to us, and the history of how it came to Aotearoa, and also the effects of smoking and nicotine, and some smoking cessation tools as well.
I think one of the important aspects of having Tuhura Otago Museum host the show is because, believe it or not, we're a science museum, and that I think is really important and special. And people need to recognize, yes, we also still do the museum, the museum buzz, in connecting science and everyday science to our community, or the information for our community, especially our Māori and Pasifika communities, with this type of information is highly relevant.
Yeah.
And that's why we're here. Now, if people had a look at the stats, we're not doing too good. We're not doing too good at all, but we kind of know that. Yeah? We already kind of know that. And yes, and so that's why we're here in support of Otago Polyfest 2024.
And you've got a really interactive stall. It's so colorful and there's lots of lights.
Yes, it's very pretty and pink.
Yeah, I love that it's pink. Can you tell us about what's there, different parts of your stall?
Yep, so we've got a section called Nicotine is Not Our Whakapapa, and that is our light boxes down the middle. They tell the story of the timeline of nicotine to tobacco to cigarettes to vaping globally, and also the arrival of nicotine during colonization and how it became embedded into our culture. So there's a little bit of a history lesson there. We also have some really fun interactives. We've got some pig lungs affected and not affected by smoking, and you can inflate them and see the difference.
Are they real?
They are real pig lungs.
Ooh.
Yes, they've been treated, though we didn't force feed a pig cigarettes. Have been altered somewhat. And then we have lots of touch screens. There's a really good one that puts a filter on your face to show how you would age if you smoke versus if you don't smoke. That one's quite fun, quite stark. It's a good reaction. Yeah,
Sounds
and we
like
have
a
some
TikTok
marketing
filter.
techniques. Yeah, it is like a TikTok filter. You take a selfie and then it makes you cough and shows all the wrinkles and extra bits and bobs.
If that doesn't stop someone from smoking.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty full on.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that I personally enjoy about this exhibition, other than the really cool, technology that's gone into it, the pretty lights, of course, is that there's intergenerational bits that we can relate to. For example, Zippos. I don't know about many people, but Zippos were expensive and Zippos were cool to have. Okay, so you have to learn how to flick it. And also in your, for those, once upon a time, I'm going to say once upon a time, not older. Once upon a time, you had this wallpaper that, you don't need to, buzz out on because it was already buzzy enough. And you all had like a zigzag mirror.
Yeah, we've got that section's the nicotine nostalgia, and it sort of, really highlights how embedded in our culture smoking used to be. And we've come a long way in reducing smoking rates, but now vaping seems to be taking on those similar marketing techniques, really focusing on our youth and the bright, fun colours, and we're kind of seeing that mirrored again. And so nicotine nostalgia just sort of points out that this was really embedded in our culture, and maybe we should just be aware of how vaping is kind of creeping in and doing a similar technique.
People can't, many people cannot fathom the fact that smoking on buses, smoking in hospitals, so those mothers who had just delivered their babies, they notify people that they smoke, so they bring you an ashtray. Also on airplanes. Remember how long it takes for us to get from one place to another, and you have a smoking section and a non-smoking section. It's not like the smoke disappears now, does it? So those types of nostalgic examples are some of the things or feedback that a lot of people come in, and we have a conversation about, the once upon a times. Interesting.
Yeah, and it's great that you're here at Otago Polyfest, where it's intergenerational. You see lots of young people, but also the older generations who are here for their children or grandchildren. So
definitely, I think it's good when the youth come through with their grandparent, and the grandparents go, "Oh, those ads were on TV, or those were the ads that I saw when I was young." And then look how similar they are to the ones that you're getting on vaping. And we know now that smoking's bad for us. So are you sure vaping's safe? It's like that mirror image and the intergenerational relations. So I think it works really well in getting the point across that, hey, just because we haven't got enough research yet to say that vaping's not good for you doesn't necessarily mean it's absolutely fine. Like, we are essentially guinea pigging our youth, our next gen, because we haven't got the time behind the studies yet.
And I think that's one of the most asked questions with this exhibition, is that what are the latest stats or facts about vaping? There is not many, simply because some of the talkers is not, there hasn't been, like Janica had mentioned, there hasn't been enough length of time to be able to analyze. You know, we are the guinea pigs.
It's too early for all
it's
that.
too early for that. But
We've got stats on like rates and prevalence and how many people are using vapes, but in terms of long-term health effects, there hasn't been the long-term yet to see them. But we do know some things like vaping, like there's heat damage to lungs, so the shorter-term stuff we do have a little bit more information on, but it's not as concrete as the information and research on smoking. So it's just trying to give people informed information so they can sort of make choices for themselves and just point out that, hey, this is really similar to the 50s when smoking was being advertised. Maybe we should think critically about our approach to vaping.
The politics, you know, like once upon a time, the politics was a lot more obvious. Someone came in and said, you know, a lot of the tobacco industries supported our sports, you know, and some of our major events. Some of those challenges still exist in regards to doing the work that is needed. I suppose money talks. And that's just an assumption on a personal level. And so, but the sad thing is, the most vulnerable communities, and today, of course, we highlight Māori and Pasifika communities are most affected. And also, we're getting younger. It's a younger generation that's really doing it. Yeah, really taking it on.
Do you think it's because they get influenced by friends or any influence of social media or anything like that?
I think it's also the accessibility. Like vapes are really readily available, and they're not like, yes, you do have to be 18, but you know, there's really well advertised consequences for supplying a minor with alcohol. Also, you know, there's big health risks stamped on a packet of cigarettes. So I think it's sort of maybe an accessibility thing, a bit of a cool thing. The kids on TikTok do it, you know, so I think it's a combination of factors. And then it's addictive, right? It's got nicotine in it. Once you start, that's fabulous. How can I get some more? It's starting the cycle. And we take this showcase around to schools. So we've taught it around New Zealand, and we're going to Southland later on this month. So we try and sort of get them before they start. The showcase is appropriate for school years 4 to 13. We really target that year 7 to 10 cohort, which is ages, I think, sort of, I want to say 11 through to 15. That really sort of puberty, post-puberty period before they're 18 and can do whatever they want. But yeah, trying to give that informed knowledge.
Yeah, so that they can make better decisions.
Yeah. Or at least informed ones, you know, like at least be aware of what you're getting yourself into. No judgment from us, but like
conscious decision. You cannot say in the future that it was an unconscious decision. I think also going back to why do it, and how is it taking off, and from where I stand, it's hard to detect. You know, vaping, for example, is very hard to detect. You can't smell it. You can't, you know.
It doesn't stick to you like cigarettes do.
Yeah. Or that the odor and even the social acceptance for the other generations to actually see you smoking in public, it's not that cool. However, vaping is still out there, and there is a collective group who enjoy it, who think it's cool, and that's where we're aiming to prevent. And so you'll see people like Janica out there, and who knows, in the future, Janica may actually do her next genetic studies on that.
Wow.
No pressure.
No pressure. I'll just put it out there.
Yeah.
And if you're asking Leota what is Leota going to do, I'll just do her promo in the different Pasifika languages.
Number one hype.
Yeah, number one hype. And I think while I have this opportunity actually on a more Pasifika level, I think a lot of people don't realize, especially in this part of New Zealand, Aotearoa New Zealand, Pasifika is made up of diverse languages, of diverse ethnicities. Here in I suppose the new term for us is tangata o le moana, or tangata moana, people of the ocean. So, yeah. And so those of us who come from the ethnic breakdowns of Pacifica need to also acknowledge and claim their sense of belonging and identity, and all this information, even though we're relating it to smoking and becoming smoke-free, it's about generations. It's about changing that intergenerational behavior and mentality that this is not us, this is not ours, but yet you still are buying into it. So the question is, when are we going to stop? And how are we going to stop?
And there's a lot of layers that come into it, right?
Yeah. So, yes.
And while we're talking about culture and we're here at Otago Polyfest, I wonder if you can share any of your favorite Polyfest memories and how great it is to be here.
I'm really excited to be here. This is my first time at Otago Polyfest. It's been really fun to set up the stall and interact with people as they come past. And then my 2-year-old son is performing tomorrow, so I'm very excited to see him get up and have a boogie. And
2-year-old?
Yeah, he's coming with an ECE group, so I'm sure that will melt some love hearts out there. The little ones are very cute.
This is also my first time here at the Otago Polyfest. My experience of Polyfest was as the festival secretary for the Auckland Secondary School Polyfest. So the differences, of course, we're both been around for 30 odd years, I'm told. Of course, the event up in Auckland is massive, but in saying that, you know, the efforts of those who have put in to ensure that there is connectivity, that there is recognition, acknowledgement for diversity here in communities that many may not be visually seen, or also have the numbers for, I suppose, the population numbers. It doesn't take away from the fact that we, as Pacifica people, are very proud of who we are, and you know that we're beyond the sports. Okay, I couldn't believe actually down here in Otago how wonderful it is to meet such amazing minds, academic minds, future leaders, if not existing leaders of our Pacifica communities who are, you know, who are shining and teaching here in Otago. So wow, you know, that's in itself
we've got
value.
a rich connection.
That's it. And uniqueness is probably the word that I'd probably use. It's very unique down here. People can actually relate to Otago because of their academic studies, for example. But it's a growing community. It's, you know, in a growing city. So hey, we're here.
How beautiful. And how long are you here for in the village? Are you here for the whole week?
Yeah, we'll be here all week, I believe. It may not be myself and Leota, but there will be someone from the museum hosting our showcase, and we'll be here as much as we can be.
And I think that's part of the commitment of Tuhura Otago Museum. Jonica and myself, as the Pacific Engagement coordinators of the museum, are encouraging all of our staff at the museum to come along, experience, if not community, our diversity within the community. It's a great time to network, great time to eat our food.
Yeah.
And also, you know, see our kids do their thing, and again celebrate the efforts of those who are making history. Yeah.
There's so much happening, just seeing the village and seeing all the performance. So thank you so much, both of you, for all your mahi. And
Thank you for having us.
Thank you
And
for the
thanks to
invitation.
Polyfest organisers. You guys are doing a wicked job, and we're just happy to be here.
Yes, and all the best to all our babes who have been performing, all the teachers who have been quietly suffering with love.
It's a lot of work
It's
to
a lot
do
of
that.
work, and of course to all those who continue to support in their way. And it's great to also see other organizations throughout Otago being here. And I think we need more. Yes, don't ask for us, come for us.
Wow.
Come and meet us. Yeah.
Okay, kia ora, thank you so much.
Once again, whawhai lava mo le awanoa i Manuele aso. Dia!
Kia ora, Alexi.
Kia ora.
Thanks for being here today. I'm glad that this is a opportunity for you to try podcasting.
Yeah, it's such a spur of the moment. I didn't even know it was over here.
So you're part of Kaimahi at Otago Polyfest.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing that?
This is my 4th year. I started in 2021. My mum kind of just dragged me along, and I haven't left ever since.
Yeah.
I sign up every year for every day, all day. That's kind of my favorite time of the year.
So is this something you look forward to every year?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's so exciting.
I try to drag my cousins and my sister along, my younger sister along. I do it with my older sister as well, actually. Yeah.
So it's a family thing.
Yeah. My mum's roped in her sister, and I actually did manage to rope in one of my cousins last year as well, and my baby sister.
Wow. So why do you think your mom got you into this, just motivated you to be part of Otago Polyfest?
It didn't start off deep. It was just like she changed jobs, ended up working for the Ministry of Education, and she just needed more hands on deck, and she called me and my sister up and was like, I need your help right now. And so we came down, and she only needed our help for that day, but we ended up staying for the whole week because we loved it so much. We didn't have an official job. We just ended up being wherever we needed to be for whoever needed us at the time.
Yeah.
We just were runners. If people needed fed, we fed them.
Yeah.
Got them water, did whatever.
Isn't it exciting knowing that every year is different as well? It depends on what mahi is needed.
Yeah. So for the last this year and last year is the only time we've actually had an official job. Usually we're just chucked into wherever we need to be and we run with that. But even in our jobs that we do get put in, we still just go wherever we're needed.
Yeah.
Because we just float like that.
Love that. So you've been part of Otago Polyfest as a performer.
Yes.
Then can you tell us how that experience was?
It was weird. I don't even remember signing myself up for kapahaka. I think my mum just dropped me at school one day and I was in the hall.
Yeah. What school did you go to?
I went to Green Island School, and it was the first year that they even had a kapahaka group, and we performed at Polyfest. And it was really scary, but it was also, I had my big brother and my big sister, so it was fun. I think that's the only time we actually performed together as well. So that was cool. But it was nice that we finally had something cultural at that school, because it wasn't
usually the case.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not usually the case. Yeah, because it's Pākehā school with not many Māori teachers, so having a Māori space for the Māori kids and for the not Māori kids, it was fun. It was cool.
Yeah. And also you get to be with your siblings.
Yeah. I think that might have been like one of my first, maybe not my first, but one of the first memories I have of being exposed to Māori culture fully. So that was cool.
Are you close with your siblings?
Too close.
Yeah.
Too close.
Yeah. Is that a good thing?
Yeah. Me and my sister live together and we're working this. So we're literally spending 24 hours a day in each other's presence, and you'd think that would, grind your gears a little bit, but we're like, oh my God, so fun.
Yeah. I love that you've never been apart as well. And just thinking about Polyfest, since you were part of it as a child and now, just working the mahi, How do you think it has changed over the years?
What do you mean?
Is there any observations that you've seen the way the festival was run, or the way the dancers were different, or any of the performers, the schools?
I think when I was performing for Polyfest, it was very different. We didn't have the village. There were schools from like Otago, just schools from down south coming up and performing together. At the moment, it doesn't seem like there's many schools from anywhere that far outside of Dunedin that are coming in, but I think we had a school from Wanaka yesterday, so that was cool. But yeah, this is the second year we've had the village, and that's really good to see the festival evolving into more than just the performers and the groups that are on the stage, and it's actually a thing where you can come in afterwards and be together as a community rather than just, I'm going to watch my kid and then I'm going to go. Yeah, so it's like you get more out of it, I think.
Yeah, and the concept of the village is really cool as well.
Yeah. I think, we used to have stalls in the foyer before you, when you would come into the festival, but it wasn't what the stalls are like in here. There's a lot more cultural things, more community-based things, and I think it opens the doors to a lot more than what we used to have. And it gets the word out about certain places or people or businesses or communities that we didn't know were there before.
Yeah. I wonder if with your experience in Polyfest and being here, continuing to do the mahi, how does that help you with your sense of identity?
That's a good one. I'm actually naturally a very, very shy person. I hate going outdoors. I hate being around people in general. But I feel like Polyfest, because it's a Māori kaupapa, I feel so much myself. I feel better in Māori kaupapa, better in Māori spaces, because I'm around people that are my people, and it makes me feel comfortable. It doesn't matter if I've known them for a day or even 10 minutes. I just feel like I've known them my whole life because that's my people. Yeah. So it just, I don't know, I feel more myself when I'm in this space, and I think that's why I love it and look forward to it so much. It's just, I don't know, this is where I feel the most comfortable.
And how do you feel about people from other cultures celebrating your Māori culture and Pacifica culture?
I love
here?
it. It's like because we're the Māori people, we're also celebrating everyone else's culture. It's not everyone just celebrating Māori. It's Polynesians celebrating Polynesians, Micronesians, all of that. It's everyone's celebrating each other, and it's not necessarily just Polynesian, it's also the Pākehā stuff. Like, no one's left out, there's no exclusion around here, everyone's included, and it's just, I don't know, it's a big space full of lots of aroha and lots of support. It's a good place to be.
Yeah. And I wonder if you can answer some questions about the Te Wiki o Te Reo Māori Language Week that is happening next week.
Yeah.
And can you tell us why Te Reo Māori is important to you?
To me personally?
Yeah.
That might be a hard one for me to answer, I think.
It's okay.
Because I'm of a younger generation. It's not like I grew up without it, but I did grow up I'm still growing up where I still have to learn my language, and it's a bit silly, but I get very jealous of the kids that are in kura and the kids that are going through kohanga, because I didn't get that, because those things weren't what they are today when I was younger. So I get very jealous and whakama when I'm around people who can kōrero Māori fluently. But I'm trying. I've been trying. I signed up last year. I did actually end up dropping out because it was just overwhelming, but that's just the journey it is.
Yeah.
I think it's important to me because it's going to open up and lead. It's going to help with my self-identity. That's what it's going to do. It's going to make me feel more like myself. I'm going to feel where I should within myself.
Thank you for such an honest answer. I really appreciate when people are open to share that they're on a journey and it's not easy.
It just never stops. With this language, the journey never ends. My kaiako last year, he can speak Māori, but even he said he's been speaking Māori for years and he still learns something every day. And so I'm only at the start, so I've got years to go, but I think the fact that it's a start rather than nothing at all is something.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So you're here at the village and we really appreciate your mahi, everything you do for Otago Polyfest, and hopefully you'll see us again for the future. And we know that you and your sister will be here next year as well, hopefully.
Not hopefully, we definitely will be.
You're kind of stuck into it, right?
I'm stuck. I'm locked in. I'm locked in here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So we're here with Piripi Matthews. Kia ora, Piripi.
Kia ora.
Thanks for being here today and trying out our podcasting gear at the village.
Yeah.
So what brings you to Otago Polyfest?
I've got my son performing tonight and I had my daughter performing last night and this morning as well.
Yeah, so a few performances happening that you're looking forward to.
Yep. I've got 5 children and all of them have actually performed in Polyfest over the years.
Wow. Okay, so how many years have you been part of Polyfest as a parent?
My oldest is 27, so I would say probably 12 or so years.
Wow, okay.
Yep.
And so you've seen Otago Polyfest like for a decade, really?
Yep.
And just comparing that till now, do you see any difference with how it was run or where it was run?
Yeah, I kind of remember when it was first here, it was a bit of an eye-opener, just how big it was and how many people it catered for. But just seeing how it's grown and the number of people, particularly at the night events, where everyone's just here to support their family, but the talk in the town is, well, my circles is Polyfest is on.
Yeah.
And I work with young people as well, and I know they're coming throughout the week to see their family.
Yeah, and that's really cool that you are, you've got your perspective as a parent, but also you have young people that you know who are excited about this week. And with your 5 children and growing up to see their experiences with Polyfest, what do you reckon is like any good memories that you have from over the years that you cherish?
Yeah, I think for me, there's been a few memories, but more when the kids are young, when they first do it in the kindergarten or early childhood. So my youngest, she's 5 now, but she's been through with Halfway Bush Kindy, and seeing her, you're just so proud to see her engage with her culture and giving things a go. But also, regardless of Māori, non-Māori, Pacifica, non-Pacifica, everybody's giving something a go and contributing to the culture of Dunedin.
It's really cool to see that everyone is celebrating the Māori and Pacifica culture here as well. How does that make you feel, just seeing that culture shift and appreciation? Yeah, very proud. Just, I think in the bigger picture, people who have been disenfranchised from their culture, whether it's colonisation, whatever, this is an opportunity for them to feel proud about who they are, see their culture in a positive light, but come together with like-minded people and people who might share the same whakapapa or the same cultural values, but give understanding for other people to understand there's more than just the singing, there's more than this, that they can converse, that they have food. That's one thing I was talking to my wife about. I'd really like to see food stalls or markets throughout here with the different cultural backgrounds to add to the flavour of Polyfest. Yeah, and food is really important for community. Yes. And we talked about like the performance part of for the children. Have you seen how it impacts the confidence levels for your young ones?
Very much so. So I've got my young daughter, she's 10. She come home and she had a wee part that she had to say in the open. And the first night she come home, she was in tears. She couldn't do it. She felt, I'm never going to get this. And over the last 2 weeks, we've been working with her each night, and now she performed today, rattled it off easy, and just how confident she was in doing it today. But she learned that she could overcome the fear of not being able to do something throughout there, and she's still proud today being able to do that.
It's really cool to see, especially as a parent, you got to see your child during day one when they were feeling quite nervous about it, and seeing how beautiful it was on stage. It must be really proud.
Yeah, and so there's more than just the singing for me. It's the learning that they get from pronunciation, through the understanding of the words they're talking about, and also overcoming those obstacles of not being able to do things and doing things to a really good standard.
Is there anything you are hoping for the Dunedin community and anything around culture and celebration of your people?
Yeah, I think for me, more just the community. There's, like I said, there's some awesome food options there to be able to have stalls here and night markets alongside this while it's going on. So people who are waiting, there's two things going on. Yeah, but I think the people behind the scenes do an amazing job to be able to manage the volumes of people that come through here, but also to provide a safe space for people to come and share this experience.
I wonder if we can also talk about the Te Wiki o Te Reo Māori Language Week that is happening next week. Is that something you think we can talk about?
Yeah. I mean, it's Mahuru Māori, so the month of September.
Yeah.
That's celebrating not just a week, that it's not just a thing we do for a week, but challenging ourselves for a whole month to be able to step outside our comfort zones and engage in Te Reo Māori and share it throughout our community.
And what does that month, that week mean to you?
Oh, it's really important. I myself didn't go to a kura kaupapa or a koanga reo. However, I want my children to be able to feel comfortable around their own language. So my wife and I drive that at home, and having, a week of Te Reo Māori or Mahuru Māori, that we're stretching ourselves and incorporating more te reo within our whare.
And as parents, how do you incorporate the Maori language week the Maori language with your children?
So we do karakia, we do waiata, we have the Māori channel on. I listen to Tahu FM around news time so that I'm growing that. And we're doing things like using Māori Made Easy audio books as well, all sorts of things. Just making our kids feel comfortable in their own skin with their culture.
And that's a really good plug for the resources available out there as well. If there were new Te Reo Māori language learners out there, what do you think would be a good place for them to start?
Māori TV, going to the library, having a look at the Te Reo focused books for beginners, listening to podcasts such as Taringa. Those are some of the options that I would recommend.
Yeah, that's really cool. Thank you. And how are you celebrating the Maori Language Week or month extended to you?
For me, so I have certain things with my family. I say kia ora all the time and ask them in Te Reo Māori at home, but just having times where I'll just use Te Reo, like over a lunchtime, and also places. It might be in my office or in the lounge, and I'm in the lounge, I only speak Te Reo Māori.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Piripi. I really appreciate having this chat with you, and as a parent, a proud parent to 5 children who have participated in Polyfest, I think that's something to be proud of.
Thank you.
We are here with Kobe and Jax, who are brothers and performers here at Otago Polyfest. Why don't you two introduce yourself today?
Okay, I'll go first.
Yeah.
So I'm Kobe Angar Stranger. I was born in 2012. I go to Tahuna now. Last year I went to Kellsbrook. I've been at Tahuna for 1 year now.
I'm Jax Angar Strange. I was born in 2013, June the 3rd. I go to Kellsbrook, but next year I'm going to Tahuna.
So you're both at Tahuna School at the moment?
I'm going next year.
You're going next year. So you'll be at school with your brother?
Yes.
Are you excited about that?
Yes.
No. Kobe, you're not excited that you're a brother.
He's going to make me lose my fame.
Of course I am.
So we're here at Otago Polyfest, and Jax, I heard that you performed today. Can you tell us about your experience?
So we have this small group of year 5 to 8. So we practice 5 weeks, I think.
Wow.
And we performed tonight because we just wanted to show everybody. And we did the Kellsbrook haka.
That's
and
amazing.
We did Kelpie Oi Oi Kote Whirika.
Wow. So you've performed today. Are you proud of what you've done?
Yes.
Yeah. And Kobe, you were there and you will be performing tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yep. Tahuna got this.
Kellsbrook.
So you've been part of Polyfest for a few years now.
Yes.
How does it make you feel to be performing on stage?
It's so... Oh, that is a really hard one. So... all I remember is I'm with my friends, with my school and my class. I feel like I can do anything. And all you people out there, don't be scared to go on stage. Just remember you're just practicing by yourself in your class. Just pretend there's no audience there.
So you just have to imagine that no one was watching?
Yeah.
Does that help?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes.
And Jax, can you tell us how you feel when you perform? What helps you if you feel nervous?
It makes my feet hurt.
Is it because you've been practicing a lot?
No, it's because I can have to stop every time.
Yeah.
Especially the Kellsbrook haka.
That's really cool that you're part of this and you're doing it with your friends.
And I also feel like I can do anything with my friends and family. And all of you out there, don't be scared to try your best. Even if you mess up, practice makes it perfect. And it's okay to make mistakes. And that's all.
And at the Jackson's part, just get up and try again until you get it the next time. And also, I have been practicing at my school haka for all of this year.
Wow.
We practice tonight. Today, yesterday and other Fridays.
Yeah.
At 9:30 or 9:25. So tomorrow we're going to have a recap and do it again.
So a lot of work that has been put. Are you proud of the work that you've done? And can you tell us about the teachers who taught you to dance?
Okay, so I guess I'm pretty proud of myself, even my teammates, even my friends. Sometimes I am a little joke because, so the teacher who helps us is called Matua. He is the Maori teacher at Tahuna. Matua, if you're getting this, thank you so much, man. He is the one who taught us.
That's amazing. Yes, Jax?
Hey, Kobe. It's actually Maori. and how I'm so good at my haka, because it just takes practice and practice makes it perfect. So don't be shy to try your absolute best. And Kobe's Moldy teacher, Martua, you're the best. I love you. I love you.
You two have been really encouraging. I'm really proud of you two, and really grateful to meet you two. And I know that for the people out there listening to this, and they're gonna feel less nervous about performing. So thank you so much for being here, and all the best for your performance tomorrow.
Bye.
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 So we are here with Alan Somerville at the Otago Polyfest. Kia ora, Alan.
Kia ora.
Thanks for being here today on this Wednesday morning at the village. So what are you up to?
Well, look, I'm one of the many volunteers helping out at the village here. There's volunteers in all directions for Polyfest, depends on that. And I guess just making sure people are finding their way around and got all the things they need at the village.
How often have you been volunteering for Polyfest?
This would be the second time I've volunteered.
What made you want to volunteer here?
Well, look, as a long-time play centre kaiako and early childhood teacher, on many occasions I was on the other side of the fence coming in with groups of young children, and so saw what a good organisation and what a good thing Polyfest was. So it's great to be able to help out in another way now.
So you were a early childhood teacher.
That's right.
Can you tell us which school it was and when that was?
Yeah, I worked at Te Pā in Dunedin, and before that with mostly St Leonard's play centres, but helped out with other play centres around Dunedin as well.
And how old are the children that you brought?
Well, so they're early childhood, so they were probably mostly bringing our 3 and 4 year olds rather than the younger children.
Yeah, I didn't realize that as young as 2-year-olds are performing at Polyfest.
That's right. It's wonderful to see them up there on the stage, actually. And I remember the children we brought. Some of them were sometimes a bit shell-shocked, but they'd all be up there taking part in this, taking as part of a bigger event.
So just reflecting on your time as a early childhood teacher, bringing all those wonderful kids to experience Polyfest, what were your favorite memories back then?
Well, I think 2 things perhaps. One is seeing those children up there on the stage, which was quite a new experience for them. And as early childhood teachers, that's one of the things we look to do, to expose children to new experiences and so help them learn how to deal with new situations, because we all find new situations in our lives. And the other thing that always struck me was the fantastic organisation of Polyfest, that wrangling all these children and their teachers and parents and getting them in the right place at the right time. An amazing feat of organisation.
Especially with the very extensive schedule of each school.
That's right. And,
by the minute.
And actually keeping things on time. It's just wonderful.
And as a teacher, what was it like organising and also preparing the children for the performance? How long did it take?
Yeah, it varied a bit, and different teachers, I think, had different views on how much time to spend on that, because it became an important part of our program, but I didn't anyway want it to sort of take over everything, because we needed to keep our normal routines going and all the other important things that happen in early childhood centres. Those are the important priorities for children.
So it was about keeping balance on every day and also being this part of it.
And being aware that some children were really enthusiastic participants and others were not so enthusiastic. And I don't think it was good to be pushing them into something if it wasn't something they wanted to do. On the other hand, those who really took to this learning those new songs and the actions and doing that as part of a group. Some children really took to that in a wonderful way, even at the age of 3.
Wow. Were there any moments that you saw growth within them, between the children?
Yeah, I think so. I think when we would have a group of children, particularly if it was a song with some actions, just seeing that initially very tentative, what am I doing here? And then becoming more confident to be part of that group and joining in the sort of collective effort.
And besides being an early childhood teacher, you're also a father whose children also went through Polyfest. Can you tell us about that?
Well, look, that was a while ago now, as they're approaching 30, those children. I think we did on occasion bring some placenta groups in, but look, my memories of that are fairly hazy, I would have to say.
Yeah. And since Polyfest was with your children was a while ago, do you see the difference between Polyfest then and Polyfest now?
Oh, it has certainly grown. It has certainly grown, and some of those performances I think have got more and more. Oh, they're some of the school performances very impressive and very sophisticated.
So it's gotten bigger as well.
Yeah, it's bigger and better.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Alan, for the chat today. Really appreciate all your different perspectives and sharing with us your favorite Polyfest memories.
Oh, pleasure. Thank you very much.
Kia ora. Today we're here with Shay Vanderherk from the Otago Regional Council. Kia ora, Shay.
Kia ora, Arena.
Thanks for being here today on our podcast. And the Otago Regional Council has a booth here at the Otago Polyfest Village. Can you tell us what it's about and what you're presenting?
Sure do. I'm here with Jack today from our Catchment Advisor team. And we're just here talking about the role of Otago Regional Council, what we do in Otago, working with our communities. And Jack's got a whole bunch of invertebrates, some stream invertebrates that he's showing people from Ross Creek, which a real good indicator of stream health. So I'm sure you'll be able to catch up with him to hear a bit more about that. So people were interested in that. Some people weren't so interested, but yuck. But no, I think they're pretty cool wee critters, and definitely bringing in the kids to see that. But yeah, just generally, I guess we're talking about our role in the region, and so we work across a whole bunch of things. Some people might be familiar with us from sort of work in freshwater quality, but we have a role to look out for the environment generally. Some people might get resource consents from us. We're looking at waterways, but we also do things to look after our biodiversity, so nature in the region. We do a whole lot of work in sort of natural hazards, so making sure that the region's prepared for things like earthquakes or other things like that. And we also have the buses, which probably a lot of Dunedin and Queenstown people would see up and down the road. And at the moment, I'm part of the strategy team, so as strategy advisor. The strategy team's just finished drafting a climate change strategy. So that draft's out for public consultation at the moment. We're here encouraging people to write in and share their views on that. So that's really one of the things that we can do as the regional council is run that bus service to help out with providing transport options for people, lower carbon transport options, but also looking out for how the region is resilient as the climate changes. What do we need to do? Making sure people are well informed about what that means for them and things like that. So real keen to hear people's views on that, and so head on over to orc.govt.nz to put in a submission there. Yeah.
So there is definitely a lot happening in the ORC space.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can tell us about your climate change strategy, because it is definitely a hot topic right now. And we're at Otago Polyfest. I'm sure that, reaching lots of generations is the goal. So what is it that we need to know around that space?
Sure, yeah. Probably the main thing is that it's open for submissions at the moment. Head over to that website, orcgvt.nz. But yeah, probably the primary things in there are ORC's looking at how we can reduce our emissions, but also the kind of information that we could be sharing with the communities or businesses around the region, to help them with their emissions, but also to adapt to what is already happening with the climate.
Do you have classes that you run in terms of that?
This is a really good suggestion. We haven't contemplated running classes. It's probably more the kind of written information or web-based stuff, or through people like Jack, who is a catchment advisor out there working in the communities. What kind of information can we provide in those settings where we're sort of out at the farm gate or in the community, face to face with people. That's what's in there at the moment, but definitely want to hear from people how best we can connect. This is a good example here today. We'd be keen to share the right kind of information to people coming to Polyfest.
And what's the timeline for that project?
So we're open for consultation until the 6th of October, and then we'll be collating that all together and looking at how that gets put into the plan.
I'm interested to know why you're passionate about this. Has it always been something you knew you wanted to go into?
So I just joined the regional council 7 months ago. So it's a great bunch of people, really smart, talented people, but I really enjoyed working with such approachable people too. It's a great place to work. I started off in high school. I was really into geography and the natural environment. It's really, really important to me. And probably, I don't know, my parents probably instilled that in me from a young age. So went to Polytech in Nelson and did the Trainer Ranger course there, and worked for Te Papa Atawhai Department of Conservation for 15 years.
Wow.
And started off on the tools in the field, trapping, monitoring birds, and working on tracks and huts. And a few historic sites along the way as well, and but eventually started to work more in the strategy space, and strategy advisor job at the regional council came up, and it was a pretty cool opportunity.
It's amazing that you found somewhere that fills your cup and you're enjoying what you do. And today Otago Regional Council is here for Otago Polyfest. You've got a booth here at the village, and I heard that this is also your first time at the Otago Polyfest. What's your impression of all this?
First time, but super cool to be here. I think probably the big takeaway is the energy in here, and everyone's here for some really cool performances. They're here for their kids. The people we've been talking to have been real excited to be here, and I think engaging with those critters that Jack's got from the creek has been a highlight too. People get your big smiles on people's faces seeing those.
Because it's not something accessible as well to be able to just see that and have resources available and getting that lesson there with people who are knowledgeable about it.
Jack's pretty good. I think the other thing that struck me is how much people have been able to talk about the streams in their life, I guess, and all the rivers and how they connect with fresh water. And I think probably working in the environmental space, it's really cool just hearing people's experience with nature and how important it is to them. I think we get a whole lot of well-being from connecting with nature. I think
That is such an important thing to talk about, right?
Yeah.
How do you maintain your well-being? Is nature part of it as well?
Yeah, I think definitely try to get out into those natural spaces as often as possible, and I think blessed in Dunedin we have Kereru, tui, hanging out in the backyard. We've got these invertebrates, and we've got really cool fish species hanging out in our streams. It's pretty close, right? And like we're kind of blessed with some great walking tracks too that take us out into those places. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty easy to do around here. It's a big, a bit biased. I was born here, but I think it's a highlight of Dunedin.
But it is also, it also shows why we have a responsibility to take care of our land, right?
Right. Yeah. We're interconnected with nature, and I guess, we should look after it, and I think it benefits us when we do that in many different ways. I guess another way that I get well-being is by talking to people who are enthusiastic about caring for nature and caring for each other, being part of community. I think that's massive. It's sort of all interconnected, and important to look out for each piece of that.
Well, you're right. We're in the right community.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Shay, for the chat today. Wish you all the best for all your work. So just want to say thank you for your mahi as well.
And to you. Thank you.
So we're here with Carly Minty here at the Otago Polyfest Village, and we found out that Carly has been on our radio station before, back when it was Hills AM for the Otago Girls High School podcast radio. Can you tell us about that experience, if you remember anything vaguely?
I just remember being very nervous.
Well, you're here now, and we're going to talk about such different perspectives. And you are a mother of 2 daughters who will be performing at Polyfest today.
Yes.
How are you feeling about that?
I'm nervous for them, but they are very excited, and they're really looking forward to it. The build-up's been amazing. Yeah.
Have you seen them practice at home, or?
No, I haven't seen them practice at home, but they have. I saw on the Otago Polyfest Facebook page that they were videoed at or filmed at school, and I have had a wee watch there.
Wow.
Sneak peek. Yeah.
How old are your girls?
Georgie is 7 and Bella's 8.
Yeah. Oh, and that's such a cute age. Have you seen them perform before?
Yes, they could do dance with the local dance group, and they have done the Polyfest before, right through kindy up until primary school. Yeah.
And how does it make you feel to see your children participate in events like this, like being on stage and doing the performance?
I think it's awesome that they're learning their culture through the dance. They thrive. They learn so much from it, and they teach us through it. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And we also know that you are part of Education Angels,
Yes.
and you've been a teacher before.
Yep. Kindergarten teacher prior to that. Yeah.
So you've had the experience of bringing children through Polyfest as well.
Yes. Yep. I've been up on stage with them, supporting them, and teaching them some songs. Yeah. And today I've brought some of the Education Angels children, home-based care children, and their educators along, just to come and watch and enjoy it.
And how
be
old?
immersed in the culture.
How old are they?
So the home-based care children they can be from 0 to 5 years of age.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what was that experience being on stage with them then?
It was great. The children loved it.
Yeah.
I was a nervous stage performer, but it's amazing how brave you can be when you're up there supporting little ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you feel the sense of support from the audience or the organisers as well?
Yeah, when you see familiar faces out there, neat, and the organisers are amazing, like supportive, and they guide you all the way through. So yeah, no, it's a fun experience once you're off the stage.
Yeah, and when everyone claps.
Yeah.
What was it like, just being on that stage with children that young performing?
It's great. They love it. The enthusiasm, like it's contagious. They see their wee friends doing it, and then they see their parents in the audience, and it just gives them that motivation to sing louder, and they have big smiles on their faces. So yeah, it's a great experience for I think for the parents as well as the children, to see their children get up there and show confidence on stage in front of all those people. Yeah.
Have you seen any growth where they were probably nervous at the start and then they truly enjoyed it?
Yeah, I think that always happens because, of course, they haven't been up on stage, some of them, before. And then they get up there and they see the other children doing it, and also watching other performers as well before and after helps with that experience. Yeah.
And since you've been part of Polyfest for a few years now, how would you describe the event now as compared to when you first started?
I think it's just as good, but it's huge. It's amazing. The organisation that must go behind the scenes is massive, and you don't actually realise, a lot of people don't realise how much time it does take to even just organise a group from preschool to get up on stage and to do it, and how much practice goes behind it. So it's massive now. Like, it's going from 1 or 2 days to a whole week experience for hundreds of people. It's awesome.
It's really special that it is a time where the community comes together. And every minute is scheduled for as well to make sure that everything goes smoothly.
Yep, I agree. It's amazing.
Last question I have for you is, what is your favorite Polyfest memory?
I think it is watching my own children get up there on stage. You have to hold back the tears because it's pretty cool the first time they experience it, and you experience it as a parent, especially when I wouldn't have done something like that, but here are my children getting up on stage, dancing and performing.
And does that motivate you? Does that make you feel like you can be brave like your children as well?
I can. It's amazing what you can do for other, your own children and other people's children. You just get up there and do it, don't you?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I love talking to you, Carly. Thank you so much for sharing your memory with us. And I'm sure you're excited to see your daughters perform soon.
I am. I can't wait. Yeah.
Yay. We'll see you again soon.
Cool. Thank you.
Kia ora, and today we are with Garcian, the Ethnic Liaison of New Zealand Police here at the Otago Polyfest Village. Kia ora, Gar.
Yeah, kia ora, and thanks for having me on.
Yay, I'm so happy to see you here. We've had chats before on Connecting Cultures, and you've been a really friendly face on radio for a while. How are things with you here at Otago Polyfest?
Oh, no, good. We've got a stall down here for the police. So I've just got a couple of officers along with me, and we're just trying to engage with our community, our little tamariki that are coming through here, and we've got a few stickers and some giveaways to help showcase who we are and how we can support our community.
Yeah, and what's at your booth? Anything that is special you can tell us about?
We do have a VR machine, but I'm thinking the younger generation will be able to tell you more than I can. I've put it on and I don't know what I'm doing. So if you do feel like you're comfortable with a VR machine, then pop down and give it a go. But other than that, we've got tons of stickers and some tennis balls and some cool stuff for the wee kids.
Yeah. It's really cool that you're here and part of the Polyfest community. Is that something that you've been at before, Otago Polyfest?
Yeah, well, as a parent of my children, they've gone through the schools here in Dunedin, still currently going through as well, and they're all with the Kapahaka team, so they perform here, and I've been, I guess, a comfortable seat in the crowd for the last sort of 12 or so years, so it's good to catch up with the old performances that they put on YouTube as well. So my kids sit back and reminisce those good days of being at Kaikorai Primary or even the kindergartens and checking themselves out 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Wow. So it's been 5, 6, 7 years that you've seen your children on Polyfest.
Yeah, well, my eldest is 18 now, so since I could remember, she's been involved in the kapahaka, and through the schools and kindergartens, they're focused on that side of things. So yeah, whenever they come to the Polyfest, parents come along as well and support them. So yeah, it's been a long spell and something that won't stop for the next 8 to 10, 12 more years.
Yeah. And as a dad, seeing your children up there performing, how does it make you feel?
Oh, it's beautiful, to be really honest. I'm proud that they do this kind of stuff. It educates them. They like to sing and dance as it is, but they sort of learn a wee bit more about the cultures, and come into Polyfest where it's broadens it even more with all the islands, and I guess now there's even an ethnic lens as well, where you can sort of start to discuss about some of those other cultures that are around in our community. It's good. It's a learning never ends. So as the kids go through this, they can talk to people from different cultures and different ethnicities, and just enjoy the time and have fun.
So do you think Polyfest is a really important time to be celebrating all the different cultures we have down here at Otepoti?
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. I mean, there's some good food stalls there around the corner as well, but education's key, and some of the stuff that I've seen around this village here, I'm still learning, so it's good. Most definitely needs to carry on and continue.
And I wonder if you have any favorite Polyfest memories that you've had just with your children or here being a policeman.
I'll go back to being a dad, and to be really honest, it's the young kids, it's the kindergarten performances. So yeah, my kids went to Wakari Kindergarten, and there's some beautiful performances still online, and my kids are amongst them, and it's just so nice to see the authenticity of kids trying and all getting up and encouraging each other to sing and dance along with everyone else. It's good. That'd probably be my highlight. But then my older daughter with Otago Girls at Wairuapuho, it's very, very, very powerful performances in that space.
That is really sweet.
Yeah.
And are they performing this week?
So at the moment, I have Belmac and OGs. So yeah, I've kind of refined it now as they're getting older. So yeah, they're still to come. And my eldest daughter's still sort of affiliated with the Otago Girl roots, so she's been supporting and helping them out as well as much as she can, as someone who's left school.
Yeah, it's great that even after you leave school, you still feel that sense of nostalgia to support your school. Yeah,
immensely as well. And I mean, that's sort of similar for me. I can't pinpoint what I did back in my days of high school, but I know I was involved a lot with our Samoan community and played a lot of the kilakiti, the Samoan form of cricket, in the sports teams, and a couple of my friends were Samoan, so I respect and love the Samoan culture, and so too the Tongan and all the other island ones that are out there. So it's sort of nostalgic for me to be in situations like this as well.
Yeah, so it feels like home as well to be in the space.
Oh yeah. And engaging with people of those communities just reinforces it.
Yeah. And your role as the ethnic liaison, there is a event that is happening soon. If you can tell us about the recruitment seminar coming up.
Yes, no, most certainly. So planned for the 6th of October this year, we have Dunedin's first ever ethnic-focused recruitment seminar. It's just an introduction to how you can become the police, or if you're interested in just wanting to know more about it, kick starts at 10 a.m. at the Dunedin Central Police Station. But if you jump online, or if you've got access to Facebook, on the Southern District Police page is a link there, so you can register. Like I said, the first ethnic-focused seminar, and so if you feel the need or feel just like you want to know some information, pop down, register, and check it out.
And what do you think are sorts of questions people might have about policing in New Zealand that they can find out more about?
So I mean, generically it's what you can do to become a police officer first of all, and newcops.co.nz has amazing information in and around that. And what we will talk about particularly at our seminar, is those processes and what you can do, but also what life is like for a police officer, and what the journey can be for someone and where it can take you. We also have some of our ethnic officers that will be present there as well, talking about their journeys and their stories, and some of them might be relatable to you sitting back at home going, I wonder if this is something for me. If you're even thinking about it, I reckon you should come down, because you never know. It could just be in a couple of years you're putting on a blue uniform and you're encouraging someone else in our ethnic community to also do the same thing.
Why is it important to have this seminar and maybe around like representation of the different people on the police board?
It's sort of reflective of our community. We want our police force to reflect our community, and so by having individuals from different cultures, different diversity, different ethnicities, gender, then we can do that, and it just makes the community feel like the police are appreciative of who they're serving as well, and we can learn off each other. I know some of our ethnic police officers have learnt more about the Indigenous cultures of New Zealand just from being in the police, and in my role I've learnt so much about some of our ethnic communities here in Dunedin, and I take that back to the police staff as well. So it's an educational learning and sharing of information. It's beautiful.
That's really great that it's happening soon, so October 6th. On Sunday, and if people want to find out more information, if they search New Zealand Police Recruitment on Facebook, the event page should come up. And this is the first Dunedin Ethnic Community Seminar.
Yeah, ethnic focused. So
Yeah.
that's our target for this particular recruitment. So yeah, even if you're a bit shy and think, oh no, I'll never become a police officer, I want to, click that link and just pop down, and all you can do is have a conversation and see if it's for you.
Yeah, and also just to hear stories of the other ethnic police there and their experience, because I think that's so valuable.
Most definitely.
You're doing great, Mahi Garth. So thank you for this chat today. Hope you enjoy Polyfest, and also to see your children perform. And
Will do. Thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
We're here today with Moana and Zoana from Te Hauora, and we're here at the Otago Polyfest, the village. Welcome, kia ora. Do you mind introducing yourselves today?
Kia ora ana, ko so ana tōku ingoa, e kuki aringi ahau, e hara mai ana au ki the Polyfest to engage and watch all the performances that our children are doing.
Kia ora ana, ko Moana tōku ingoa, anau iau ki te inua mite aro i nā rā I tupu mai au I Rarotonga. I am here we actually came here this morning to support our whānau, poipoi our whānau, to come and look at Polyfest, just look at the show, and then now they're all gone, so we decided just to walk around and do some networking.
Hey,
kia ora ana.
Yeah, it's great that you're here and we can talk about your Polyfest memories. Zoana, you mentioned that you remember when you were there when Polyfest first started. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, it was down at the Teacher Polytech a very long time ago. I remember watching my nieces performing, and it was only for one day. It was not like what it is now where it's a whole 5 days. And I was saying to your other colleague before, I remember being older and thinking, gosh, I wish we had this when I was at school, and having to show our culture. Because, our parents, we had our manihiki culture that we had started, and it would have been amazing to have been part of that. So it's great to see what it's like now, and seeing even my nieces and nephew, watching them on stage, my children. It's amazing to where it was to what it is now.
It's amazing to know that you have witnessed Polyfest for over 31 years. And were you there then as a performer?
I was not there as a performer. I was a lot older. I actually had left school when they started Polyfest. So I was there more as supporting my nieces, my brother's siblings, they were performing at the Polyfest. So and also supporting some of the teachers that were teaching culture, like Cook Island, whether it's Samoan, whatever, just being a parent, being an auntie, going along to some of the, I think I remember going to support Pesatili with some of the practices they used to have and the noho they would have with all the children. Yeah, so it was really amazing. Hard work, but in that hard work you can see the fruition of what's come alive for our tamarikis that live in New Zealand. It's amazing, yeah.
It's really beautiful to know that you have been there since day one. What about you, Moana? What do you remember about Polyfest?
Yeah, I wasn't there since day one. I came later on to Otipoti, and by that time I joined the Kiorana Performing Arts, and that's how I got to know Zoe and Pisa. So, and then of course I wasn't here long enough to see the kids that was performing. I moved away and I come back, but I've always heard so many really good things about my nieces and nephews performing at Polyfest through Zoe. And so now that I moved back to Otipoti, it's amazing to see New Zealand-born Cook Islanders actually performing for Polyfest. But not only that, I think I have to mention that when it was our time performing, we didn't get a choice. Whereas now, looking at all the tamariki now, they have a choice. They get to embrace their own cultures through Polyfest, and I think it's amazing. Such a great way to introduce different cultures coming together and being one as well. Yeah.
I think it's really beautiful to see how the different cultures in Dunedin come together to celebrate the Pacifica and Maori culture. Is that something that you see, and do you feel proud of that as well?
Yeah, I think it's amazing of where it was 30 years ago to what it is now, because I think then it was all very small Pacifica families that lived here. A lot of it was family, that started because they wanted to teach their children, even myself, that they have this beautiful language, they have this beautiful reo, they have this beautiful songs and stories and legends that they wanted their children to learn. So I was just saying to my auntie before, she's loving seeing her mokos and her inas, her great-grandchildren, performing on the stage. But I said to her, it's so different from when we had our manihiki group, that we had our mamas, we had our papas who taught us how to sing, how to dance, how to learn our language. And all of that is because they're all passed on. So and the children have grown up not connecting still. So it isn't until you have children of your own or you have grandchildren that you want them to feel like they have a place, that they know who they are, and how, and also not only that, to learn all the different dances and cultures, not just your own. It's embracing our New Zealand Māori as well. So, my children do kapahaka, they do Pacifica at school. So it's important to embrace tangata whenua as well here and embrace that along with our unique diversity of our language and our cultures as well.
Yeah. And talking about the different cultures that we have here in Otipoti, Dunedin, do you mind sharing with us about your cultural identity?
My culture, well, I'm Cook Island. I came here when I was 8. and I must say that I have lost my te reo. I am slowly over time, you know, and that was not because my parents wanted us to, you know, they didn't think the importance of our language, even though they would sing and talk to us at home, but they wanted us to go the European of learning English and learning what is here, because they didn't think that what we needed to keep to our language was important enough to keep for us. So that diversity when I was younger was very limited. So, you know, in Pacifica was not considered as important as school as what it is now. So that's my experience. So
isn't it beautiful that you got to see the change, the shift in how people feel about their cultures and celebration of your culture as well?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the schools are really embracing the fact that we have these special cult diversity and that they want to keep it alive. And for myself, I need to take myself back and relearn what I lost.
Yeah.
And it's still a journey for me to do because I struggle in that. Yeah.
It's always a journey.
Yeah, definitely.
It's never ending.
Yeah, definitely.
And what about you, Moana? Do you want to share?
Yeah. So for myself, I was born and grew up and did all my schooling in Rarotonga. But growing up, being born in Mitiaro's a little island, my father there recognised that I needed to learn English, because to him I needed to learn that so that I can further my education and get a good job. So he sent me over to Rarotonga, and so I went to Avatea school and learned English there, and it was only an English speaking school at that time. So did all that, did all my high school in Rarotonga, and then moved over here. You know, I think through my journey of learning English, my parents have always said to me, you know, go and learn a new language, but don't ever forget where you come from. You know, don't ever forget your te reo. Don't ever forget your culture. That's your identity. So I've held on to that. Even when I come here to Itiputi, the first thing I wanted was to join Kia Orana, because that connected me to my own culture. I still can speak te reo, but not as fluent as what I would have been if I stayed back in the Cook Islands. So like, you know, Zoe's saying it's a journey for her. It is also the same for me, but in a different sense, because like at home, and like I'm a mummy, and our language at home is English. So now my te reo, Kuki Airani te reo, is now a second language to me. So yeah, so we're always on a journey, but I'm proud of Polyfest. Even as a mum of 3 boys, you know, I see them perform in Polyfest, and it just makes me so proud. You know, they may not know how to speak Cook Island, but they definitely are keen to dance and just embrace that time, that very little window that they have of our culture. Yeah.
And with the Polyfest experiences that you've had, you know, for over 30 years, but also as a mom seeing your children perform, what are your favorite memories from all of that?
I think for myself is, you know, we were living out in a rural Waitaki area, and it was all white, you know. So when the boys graduated to go to high school at Waitaki Boys High School, my first, I suppose, happy memory was actually seeing them just participate, because they never did it during primary school. And so going to high school, it was just a proud moment for myself and my husband just to watch our sons perform, and keen to actually learn, even though at that time that they didn't really know how to speak it, but through songs they were fluent. Yeah.
And especially because they haven't done that before during primary. But they chose to do it.
They chose to do it. So that was a proud moment just for them to say, hey Mum, I really want to do this. And then it was even better watching them on stage. I think we were the loudest.
That's so beautiful. It's always great to have family in the audience, right? And Sohana, what's your favorite memory?
My favorite memory, it's hard because there's so many. Like, to actually see from the beginning of the seed and seeing it now. Because not only have I watched that from 30 years ago, I have been in so many different cultural groups. I've been in our Kia Orana Performing Arts, who's actually about the same. It's about 31 years that they've been, even though we're not participating as much as what we used to. I've also done the Pacifica Sunrise through my children for our St. Joe's, to teach our culture and keep that in there. So for me, it's just like I'm so pleased to see my children enjoy doing it. But not just my children of 4, but actually the whole school, of every child who, when you see them on the stage, they're afraid, but as soon as the music comes on, they know. I've also taught in the Korsafine kindergarten to embrace that culture side, whether it's New Zealand Māori or whether it's Ako Island or Tongan or Niuean. It's just, for me, it's actually seeing all the diversities. And also, I also give my hands up for parents who probably have never experienced it, to see the joy that their children on stage and seeing how much they really enjoy it. So that's the whole encompass of everything about Polyfest. It's not just one moment, there's so many. Yeah, I love it. I love this thing.
And can I just add to that, I mentioned earlier that I joined Kia Orana, and that's where I met Zoe. Well, Zoe kept performing in Kia Orana Performing Arts, and then as she became a mum, she then became one of the teachers, choreographers in Kia Orana, to keep teaching the young ones as they were growing up and keen to learn. So this lady here, my sister here, she never stopped performing. If it wasn't doing that, it was teaching the performers, the dancers in Kia Orana, and then she also then took her babies to do that as well. And then from there, she was in schools, teaching schools the different dances of Cook Island, and she still does it to this day.
Wow, it's a lot of dedication to your time, and we can tell how passionate you are about it. Yeah,
I think when your nieces they say, Auntie, can you come in? I said, couldn't you have given me this like 3 months ago? But you know what? You just do it because they will appreciate it. That's why they do it. It's important for our children to know that they've got someone they can come to and support. And I have nieces that I ring up and say, hey, can you help? So we've got all of those network behind us. We have people that we know that can do this. So, and as much as it's so busy and hectic, we do it anyway.
And it is all for the children as well, the future. So I wonder if we can wrap up this conversation with just a reflection of how hopeful do you feel about Aotearoa, New Zealand, for the young people in the future?
Have you seen all the performances? Why would you not? The hope for this, it's just going to get bigger. I hope that this will just expand more, and it will just connect people more. I see the youth who step up and watching them tutoring, all the kids in performance. I see that this will never end. I see this continuing forever, and it's something I think that we need to just keeping our children connected and feeding. Then this will last a lifetime. That's what I think it is.
And the same as me as well, like Zoe saying, like Polyfest started one day, and then now we're now for 1 week really, and so my hope is that Polyfest will just thrive, keep thriving, and it's like my hope is that it becomes organic to every tamariki, every rangatahi that are still at school, and maybe we can extend it for 2 weeks, who knows. But yeah, it's amazing to see tamariki out there performing, but also hat out to all the teachers with the amount of time that they put into practices just for this 1 week. I think it's great. It's amazing.
It's beautiful to hear that some people are actually looking forward every September, knowing that this is the time when they are out in the community and they can also take time off work to be able to spend time with your people. I think it's so special.
And I think too is like, it's important for whānau to come to this, and I know that people work, and like our teachers and students can't always be here, but I think looking forward, I'm hoping that this is something that could grow even more, because I think it's important for parents, aunties, uncles, bosses, organisations to recognise how important something as small as Polyfest, who's been going for 31 years, has grown. Imagine what it will be like in another 30 years. Yeah.
And it's also important for the kids to see that their whānau is there and showing up, and so proud of them. And you can actually see every year how much they grow, because it's all going to be recorded and videoed as well. So some families are actually happy that there's a time capsule of the performances.
What I think too is live stream. Like when I think from 31 where people just video, your handheld videos. Now you have live stream, and now you can go back and watch, watch next year's one, watch this performance. I think that timeline you're saying it's amazing that we're capturing these moments, because these children that are little will end up being leaders and Polyfest, or leaders in whatever direction they go at Polytech or university.
And they grow up really fast as well. Time flies really fast. Also thinking about families who are overseas, who are not in Aotearoa or even in Dunedin, who can see and witness their whānau.
Which is so good, eh?
Yeah.
It's amazing that, it just doesn't stay here, that the live stream is being streamed out, so other countries, whānau in other countries can watch their nieces and nephews, and it's amazing. I just want to mention that when we actually came in, there was one of our parents who was just exiting, and then we said, "Oh, how did it go?" She goes, "Oh, it was so good to see my baby up on stage. He got a bit stage fright, but he did it, and she was walking out so proud, such a proud mummy,
And that's a special moment that you will remember about Polyfest is your child. Afraid as it might be, as scary as it might be, but they get through it. You know, and next year he's going to be in the front stage doing it again and again.
And isn't that also very inspirational, knowing that your children can overcome that fear and you feel as motivated as them as well?
Absolutely. And just being proud parents to see your babies up there performing. I think you know, this is what Polyfest is about. You know, it's about embracing the moment, you know, and leaving the place knowing, wow, my baby did it.
Awesome.
Kia ora. Thank you so much, both of
Kia
you.
ora.
You've shared so beautiful today, and I'm so happy that we got to. Lots of people are listening to your memories now, and this is the stories that we want people to hear.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for allowing us to do that.
Kia manuia.
So my name is Jaden Kugakawi. I am one of the helpers here in the village.
So what's your earliest memory of Polyfest?
My earliest of memory of Polyfest would be, how old was I? I think I was 11, so that would have been 2010. Yeah.
And what did you feel about it when you first got started?
I was very excited. It was, I believe, it was the first time my school had anything cultural, especially with Māori. And being Māori, being in a Pākehā school, it's quite difficult. So when we had our kapahaka was introduced to us, it was very exciting as an 11-year-old girl. And then coming here, it was like a whole different atmosphere to perform on the stage. It was like a really cool way for me, I felt like, to represent my school but also my culture. And yeah, that was like my only time that I was on stage, unfortunately.
So just the 1 year?
Yeah, just the 1 year. That's when it got introduced in my last year of intermediate, unfortunately.
Okay.
And then going into high school, I was really nervous. So yeah, I didn't continue, unfortunately.
So good. But you're back involved now.
Yes, back in volunteering.
Cool. So with your role here, what kind of things are you doing around the stall and the event?
So what my role is I just make sure that everything is running smoothly. We just make sure that the system that we do have here in the village, even though it is a one-way system, we're just trying to make sure that we really encourage the parents and the kids to try to follow those rules. We also just make sure that all of our stall people are okay, they're being fed, they're being looked after, they're not being harassed, and just making sure that they're not overwhelmed with their load as well. But also if somebody from a store needed help, we're always here to help them as well. Whether that's bringing stuff in from the car, taking it back out to the car, just looking after the stall. And yeah, we get involved as well with helping out. Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah.
The kaimahi here are amazing. Just having them around and being like, hey, I need this information.
Yeah.
It's so helpful. Yeah.
Being a kaimahi here, it does definitely feel like a family reunion. Even though it's like once a year for a good week, but it's like just bringing one big family back together, and it's fun.
That's the main thing.
Yeah. You need it to be fun.
Why do you think Polyfest is important to today's generation performing?
I think especially in this generation, with this year going on, especially with the elections, I think it is very important that our mokopuna know who they are representing, what culture they are representing, themselves especially. As our government is trying to take stuff away from us. And I think being here today and seeing these kids, it's almost like a really beautiful stand together. This is who we are. And I just think it's also important for the kids to give it a try. Even if you're not cultural at all, I think it's just important that you try. And just get out there, have fun. It's supposed to be fun. And these are kids as well. Like, I know some of them are obviously teenagers. They will have obviously a better understanding of who they are representing, what they are representing. But they are also our next generation. So they will be leading the next Polyfest as well. So it's also just them trying to find their way and making sure that we guide them with that helping hand.
That's awesome. That's great. Thank you so much. Is there anything else that you want to say? Anyone you want to shout out to? Any messages you want to get out there?
I just think it's important that no matter how hard life is getting us right now, I think it is important that we do stand together and we represent our culture proud, whether that is Māori, Samoan, Tongan, Fijian. You wear that on your heart and don't ever let somebody tell you different. You are who you are, and that is beautiful. Thank you.
We are here at Otago Polyfest, the village, with Sean and Justin, who are kaimahi here at the Polyfest. Kia ora, both of you.
Kia ora.
Thanks for being here today, and I'm so excited for the chat. Before that, do you mind giving a bit of introduction on who you are and what you're doing?
Yeah, sweet. My name is Justin. I attend King's High School in Dunedin. I'm Tongan and Māori, and I'm just helping around at this village and like making sure people feel safe in the area that they're in.
Kia ora guys, my name's Sean. Don't go to school, graduated a few years ago, and just here to work and help others, make sure they feel comfortable around the village, and welcome.
It's really cool that you're here and helping out the people at the village. It is getting really busy, and I love how much is happening around here. Do you mind telling us why you are involved with Otago Polyfest? Why you're here and why you wanted to help out?
For me, it's just like being around, like the atmosphere of this place is just like amazing. Like you're seeing different cultures perform and everyone just like coming around together to like create a better space. So that's it for me.
Just off what he said, just the environment around other cultures, learning, traditions about what their roots were back then and how it is good for the young ones to learn as well. But it's just to help others, help others, help yourself as well, and just bless.
Sean, have you ever performed at Polyfest before during school?
Yeah, I've performed 5 years here.
Wow.
From year 9 to year 13.
And what was that like?
It was amazing, honestly. It was really nice. I learned a lot of things, new words, new dances, new meanings as well. So it was really nice.
And Justin, do you mind telling us how excited you are for your performance coming up? Because you're doing it on Thursday, right?
Yeah, Thursday night. Yeah, I'm really excited for that. I feel like me and my boys at school, like we've been practicing a lot for this night, and we're hoping to see that it comes for goodness and just makes everyone smile.
How often do you practice for your performance?
We were training 4 times a week, so that was 3-hour trainings, 3-hour practices, and that's 4 days a week, so it's pretty full on.
That's
not
amazing.
for the week.
Yeah, and let's talk about Polyfest memories. So you're here as kaimahi, but you've also had your experiences performing at Polyfest, being here with your whānau. Do you have any special Polyfest memories that you can share with us?
I think like there was this one time, maybe 3 years ago, I was like performing, and then it was at the end of the performance, and all the boys were just going off, but then one person just stayed and jumped on the stage, and then everyone just went over to him and started jumping on him. It was just like hype, like we were all so hyped, so we just done it, and it was like, yeah, it was real cool. It was real funny. Real funny.
Yeah, so it bonds your friends together, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it just like created a better like friendship between us and made us tighter together and all that. Yeah.
And what about you, Sean? What do you have?
So many. Probably my last year of Polyfest. It was just me and my cousins, to be honest, because pretty much half our group was basically my relatives, and it was a nice moment, sweet moment, tears, blood and tears put through our work, and it was just amazing just to have that last feeling and ending it with your family as well. So yeah, it's really nice.
Do your whānau usually come and see and spend time together during Polyfest? Is that something people look forward to every year, do you think?
Yeah. Families love it. Like, obviously they'll love to come see the kid dance and represent their roots and where they came from as well. So it's probably like a blessing for them to see that we know much more about what we don't know.
So I wonder if we can wrap up this conversation by sharing, why do you think Otago Polyfest is important? Why is it important to have Polyfest every year? And why is it important for the Dunedin community, or Te Poti community, to be part of it?
I feel like it's really important for kids at such a young age to like know where they came from and know what their culture used to do like back in their days, and like how their cultures like performed like to each other. And like I feel like that's a really big thing kids our age need to go through and identify as.
Yeah, it's so true. It's just to let them know that, you know, we're still here. Like, you're not alone. You got your whole bloodline here as well. Doesn't matter what nation or treasure you are, still know that we're one.
That's really special. Thank you both of you for being here today and sharing your memories. Thanks for your
Thanks
mahi.
for having us. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Jay Phillips Hairewa tōku ingoa. I am a kaiara taki or community advisor with the DCC Community Partnerships team.
Beautiful. And could you tell us a bit about your stall here today at Polyfest?
So I'm down here with the DCC, and I've got the lovely Sue with me as well from the library. We've got a bunch of different information on the services that the DCC provides to the community, and all of the different things that we do out there, just to give people a bit of insight. We're also doing collecting a bit of information from our young people about things that they would like to see in the city for youth. We've got some information on the new South Dunedin Library, which is really cool, and there's a big picture there, and the designs for that new building are incredible. So the lovely Aroha Novak from Okaha has bought some artwork down too, that's representative of that toy that's going to be included on the South Dunedin Library, and the kids can colour that in and have some fun and leave their own mark and be a bit creative, which is really cool. But yeah, basically just some general information. There's a few takeaways and things that you can interact with, which is cool.
Yeah, it's quite a broad stall because you have the art gallery, youth vision, and also the library stuff as well.
It's really cool.
Yeah. So let's talk a bit about Polyfest itself. What are your earliest memories of Polyfest?
My earliest memories of Polyfest, because I'm not originally from here, my earliest memories of Polyfest would probably be from going to watch my nieces and nephews with their kindies, and then my own son, probably about 13 years ago, we moved down here, And he was with Montessori and would go on stage doing that, and then through school all the way through, and then eventually was in Hei Waka Kotuia, so we'd come along and support every year.
Yeah.
So yeah, very, very cool, and a big part of the year for us and our whānau, which is awesome.
Yeah, and it's amazing time for everybody knows everybody somehow on all the stalls, which is great. Why do you think Polyfest as an event is so important?
Because, you know, our cultural identity is so important to who we are. And that goes for all of our young people. You know, it gives them an opportunity to celebrate our cultural identity as people who live down here in the south, of all the way down in the south part of the world, and that Pacifica identity that we have here as Kiwis, as tangata whenua, as our Pacifica brothers and sisters. So yeah, it's really important celebration of that cultural identity that we have here in Aotearoa.
And people exploring the cultures as well, because they might not have done it before. Everybody's on their own journey of exploring their culture.
That's right. Well, we're, being that we here in Ōtepoti are also a refugee resettlement centre, we have lots of new Kiwis. And so it's a really cool way for them to get to know and engage with the beautiful cultures that we have here in Aotearoa.
Awesome. Is there anything else that you want to shout out, have a message to anything about your mahi?
Not so much about my mahi, but just that I'm always so super proud of all of the young people, getting out, putting themselves out there, engaging in that cultural space, performing for their friends and whānau. It's really beautiful to see.
Today we are here with Jalin, part of the Kaimahi of Otago Polyfest, and again with Sean, who is his manager as well. So kia ora both of you. How is everything looking at Polyfest today?
No, it's pretty good, eh? It's been pretty chill.
What are your roles here at the Polyfest?
Just making sure everything's pretty good.
Yeah.
Make sure everything's rolling good.
How long have you been working here?
This is my first time.
First time?
Yeah.
And how is it so far?
No, it's pretty good, eh? Meet new people and that.
Yeah. Is it the stall holders or the people in the community?
You answered that one, I don't know.
Pretty much both. So it's just both sides. About everyone that needs help, and
Yeah. Are you performing as well?
No, not this year.
Not this year.
No.
Have you been performed before?
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us about your favorite memories of Polyfest?
No, it's just probably another day to hang out with the boys and that. And that's about it.
And so you're from King's High School.
Yeah.
Can you tell us the performance that you've done before and how long did it take to practice?
I think in year 9 it took us 6 months. It was like pretty chill practice, but yeah, it took us about 6 months.
Was that on top of like school stuff as well?
After school, before school sometimes.
Yeah. And how did it feel to perform in front of a crowd with your friends?
I was alright. It was just lucky that it was dark on the stage. couldn't see the crowd.
Yeah.
So I think that's better.
Do you think it made a difference if you can see the crowds?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Would have been scared.
Do you know if there are people out there that know you in the crowds?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And does that make it worse, or do you think that's supportive? Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it worse. Yeah. I hate seeing people I know.
Okay, but reflecting on it now, how has that experience helped you?
It's just pretty good to do that. It's like every school gets around it. It's just a fun day to do.
Yeah.
Good week too.
So, just thinking about the purpose of Otago Polyfest, how do you feel about the importance of Otago Polyfest happening every year and how big it's become in Dunedin?
It's pretty good. It's like, I guess, a community back together. It's like, I don't think there's much of the stuff on really, so it's like good for everyone to get back together, see each other. Yeah.
Is it something you look forward to every year?
Yeah, it's always good. Always good to come here.
Hey.
Good fun week.
And Sean, do you want to give any reflections on your time here as Kaimahi and anything you're looking forward to for the rest of the week?
Basically, just the food, eh? Just looking forward to see new faces and more young ones learning about roots, and happy to help.
You mentioned food. Can you tell us the food that we have around here?
We have a store selling kekapua. Panipupu. And
what is that?
It's more like a bread.
Yeah.
But it's
bread donut.
Bread donut, like a donut. But it's just a round bread donut.
Yum.
It's pretty tasty. And we have what's the drink that they're selling?
Otai.
They're selling otai. Damn, embarrassing.
What's otai? Can you tell
Otai
us?
is like a fruit mix drink with just your favorite fruits, just add it into one cup.
Yeah.
And milk.
Is it the yellow-orange smoothie?
Yeah.
I think it was mango and pineapple. That's what it tastes like.
That's nice.
Do you know what culture it came from?
To be fair, I reckon Tongan. That's where I reckon it's from. But mostly just jump around between islands. But Tonga's where I'll pick.
Oh, so you're a bit biased there.
Oh no!
But it was really yummy, and
it was really nice.
I'm glad that there were food stalls around. Hey, so I do hope that there will be more food stalls around as well for people to try.
100%.
Yeah.
We'll get more later on tonight, I think, because we got a few new islands turning up to, give out more food for the crowd.
Wow.
Can't wait.
That's really cool.
Of course you can.
Well, we all have lots of things we're excited for. So thank you both of you for sharing your reflections tonight. We'll catch you again next time. Kia ora. Kia ora. We have Waina and Laura from the Department of Corrections here at Otago Polyfest. Kia ora, both of you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Good to be here.
Before we start, do you mind giving a bit of introductions before we go on and talk about Polyfest? Waina, do you want to start first?
Hello. Good to be here. My name is Waina Tatupu. Working for corrections, and that's why we're here. Me and Laura, we are recruiting for corrections officers and case managers and some people who are interested in corrections, working for corrections. So that's why we're here.
It's cool that you've got a stall just opposite us for 2 days and we've been your neighbors. So Laura, do you want to tell us about you?
Tawhalawa, my name is Laura Tuiai. It's good to be here and it's my first day with Luaina, which is good, and that is this year is the first year for us to be here involved with Otago Polyfest, which is good to help and promote recruiting corrections and
Can you tell us what the Department of Corrections is and what your day-to-day is like, because maybe not many people know what your job is actually like. Who would like to share?
So the Department of Corrections covers quite a lot of areas, from the community to the prison service as well. So it's quite massive. It's big, but for us, myself and Laura, we work at the prison in Milton. So that's why we're here. We are recruiting for corrections officers to work at the prison in Milton. What we do, we look after our people who serve their sentences in jail. Some do their sentences in the community and they are looked after by probation. But if you come to jail, then it's going to be us. That's our job to look after you. We our day-to-day job is to look after and feed and everything, to look after the people inside.
It sounds like there's a lot that you do on a day-to-day basis, and it's all very different as well. I wonder if you can, since you're recruiting, I wonder if you can also share some maybe challenges of your day-to-day as a corrections officer, or anything people should be aware of before they apply for the role.
With the process, for the while we are recruiting, for people to be aware, some people, they can pull back or hold back when we mention the fitness test. It's not hard as they think, but it's just the process for them to be able, just in case we have emergency or any that we need to report on site on daily basis. So they need to be fit enough to run or respond. And one of the process, including the PRA, which is fitness, and interview assessments as well. And just before they get in, we always make sure they understand the process. And there's always the officers and us PI staff as well that willing to help them while we're recruiting.
And now that we're at Otago Polyfest and you are having a booth, advertising your recruitment, I wonder if you have had discussions around why it's important that people of lots of different cultures, different ethnicities join corrections, and why that representation is important.
Yeah, well,